This audiobook reveals the hidden laws that make reality bend, shift, and respond. Not through force, but through surrender. You'll discover why everything you've been trying isn't working, and how doing the opposite opens doors you never knew existed. Nothing will make sense until it suddenly does. In a quiet coastal town where the sea whispered secrets to anyone still enough to listen, lived a man named Elias. He owned a small, weathered shop that sold old books, globes, and strange instruments no one could quite name. Most people passed by without entering, unaware that the most important truth of their lives was hidden in plain sight inside those dusty walls. For decades, Elias lived alone, surrounded by knowledge, but untouched by transformation, until the day he stumbled upon a single line scrawled in a forgotten manuscript. Nothing works until you stop trying to make it work. The words struck him not with confusion, but with recognition. Something within him stirred as if it had waited lifetimes to awaken. For years, Elias had tried to will success into being. He advertised, rearranged, studied, forced positivity, and yet his days remained as still and stagnant as the air before a storm. But after reading those words, something changed. He didn't stop showing up, he didn't give up, but he let go of the tension, of the pushing, of the desperate effort. He began opening the shop each day as if something magical would unfold, not because he needed it to, but because he trusted that it already was. Soon, subtle changes emerged. A traveler arrived asking for a book Elias hadn't thought of in years. Another customer returned the next week, saying they dreamed about the store. A local reporter featured him unexpectedly. And through it all, Elias wasn't trying to make any of it happen. He was simply being, fully, freely, finally. This is the paradox law. It is the reversal of everything you've been taught, that what you desire does not come when you strive for it, but when you surrender to already being aligned with it. That reality isn't coerced. It responds. The one thing that changes everything is not another technique, affirmation, or plan. It is the end of resistance. It is presence without pushing, being without bargaining, loving without needing. Imagine holding your breath and wondering why the wind avoids you. Then you exhale and the breeze finds your skin again. This is what happens when you stop efforting, when you stop trying to force life to open. It opens because it was never closed. You were. Elias now greets each customer not with hope, but with knowing. His eyes don't plead. They shine. Not because his life became perfect, but because it became effortless. Not because he gained more, but because he lost the weight of control. You see, there is no greater shift than this, from trying to trusting. It is the smallest hinge that swings the largest door, and behind it lies everything you once thought was out of reach. The one thing that changes everything is not something you do. It is something you stop doing. The universe is already moving. You were just in its way. Let go, and it will carry you exactly where you've always belonged. In a faded apartment above a silent bakery in 1931 Vienna, lived a violinist named Amara, who once played in the grandest concert halls of Europe. Now she practiced alone in the early hours before the city awoke, bow gliding over strings like a prayer whispered into darkness. For years, Amara fought the silence that followed her exile from the spotlight. Every note she played was a protest against what life had taken from her. She believed that if she could just play better, louder, longer, the world would remember her, but the more she pushed, the more reality remained unmoved. Until one morning, the power went out. No lights, no clocks, just the faint glow of dawn pressing against the glass. Amara stood in the stillness, instrument in hand, and for the first time she played not to prove, not to reclaim, but simply to express. She let go. Of needing the audience, of hoping for applause, of wrestling with what should have been, and in that surrender something sacred was born. A neighbor who had never once spoken to her stopped in the hallway and listened. Then another. Word spread, not of a concert, but of something pure. People began gathering under her window, not to hear perfection, but to feel truth. And all of it began the moment Amara stopped trying to force reality and instead flowed with it. This is the paradox hidden in every moment. Surrender is not weakness. It is power in its most refined form, because to surrender is to align, and when you align, you no longer wrestle with the current. You become the current. Most believe surrender is the end of effort, but it is the beginning of energy. The moment you release your grip on how things must unfold, you create space for life to do what it was always designed to do: move through you. There is a hidden law beneath all creation. The tighter you hold, the more life slips away. The more you soften, the more the universe rises to meet you. You don't surrender to give up. You surrender to rise up, to move in harmony with something far greater than your own calculations. Amara did not reclaim her fame. She no longer needed to. What she gained was infinitely more valuable: a resonance with the rhythm of life itself. Her music was no longer a performance. It was a portal. Those who listened didn't hear a violin. They heard themselves. They remembered what it meant to feel. To surrender is not to fall. It is to float. It is to trust that the river knows where it's going, that the hands which form the stars are also guiding your path, that the space between your letting go and your receiving is shorter than a breath. The ultimate power is not in bending the world to your will, but in letting the world bend around your openness. In the moment you surrender, reality rushes in, not to defeat you, but to carry you home. In the hills of southern Italy, nestled between olive groves and golden fields, lived a man named Luca, who spent his life chasing a vineyard that would bring him fortune. He tended the soil with obsession, watched the skies like a gambler watches dice, and dreamed of one harvest that would change everything. He wanted success so badly that even the vines seemed to shrink from his grip. Seasons passed. Grapes ripened and withered. Visitors came and went. But the abundance Luca sought never stayed. Each time he reached for more, life seemed to pull away. Until one autumn, something inside him cracked, not with despair, but with stillness. One morning, Luca rose before dawn and walked into the vineyard, not as a man seeking profit, but as someone returning to beauty. He stopped trying to make the land reward him. He stopped begging the sun to favor him. He simply walked between the rows, touched the vines gently, and breathed in the silence. And for the first time, he saw them, not as a means to an end, but as something alive. That year, the harvest was bountiful, not because he worked harder, but because he stopped needing it to be. There is a secret hidden in every moment of desire. What you chase runs. What you release returns. Wanting creates a distance between you and what is already within reach. It says, "I don't have," and the universe responds, "Yes, you don't." But when you stop wanting, when you feel full before receiving, the energy shifts. The world opens, because the door was never locked. You were just rattling it too loudly to notice it was already ajar. Most people think they need to want more, dream more, reach further, but the most magnetic force in the universe is the one who already feels whole. You don't attract from lack, you attract from embodiment. When your inner state says, "I am already enough," life mirrors that wholeness, not because you earned it, but because you matched it. Luca didn't change his methods. He changed his energy. He moved from lack to presence, from craving to connection. And nature responded, not because it was impressed, but because it was invited. You see, the moment you stop wanting, you begin receiving. Not by force, not by manipulation, but by resonance. What you long for is already circling you like a bird waiting to land. It only needs stillness, not hunger. In your life, what are you clutching so tightly that it cannot breathe? What have you been begging for, not realizing your wanting is the very thing keeping it from you? The moment you release the grip, something strange happens. You smile without reason. You feel peace before the outcome, and then quietly, as if summoned by your surrender, the very thing you thought you needed arrives. Not because you chased it, but because you became the kind of space it could call home. In a wind-swept village perched on the cliffs of northern Wales, there lived a glassblower named Elin, who was known for her intricate vases, delicate, fluid, and unlike anything the villagers had seen. But what they didn't know was that Elin's greatest pieces only came after she stopped trying to make them perfect. For years she had chased precision, gripping her tools with intensity, attempting to control every curve and ripple of the molten glass. But the tighter she held her vision, the more the glass resisted her. Bubbles formed, shapes collapsed, and nothing flowed as it should. Her studio became a place of tension, not creation. Until one winter evening, when the fire was low and her strength was gone, she simply gave up. Not out of failure, but out of surrender. She placed the rod in the flame with no expectation, no design, no effort to control. She moved with instinct, not intention, and what emerged was the most exquisite form she had ever shaped. From that night on, Elin began each session the same way, not with a plan, but with a breath. She let go of the outcome and allowed the process to guide her. Her work transformed, not because her skill improved, but because her grip on control dissolved. This is the forgotten truth of manifestation. You don't get what you force. You receive what you allow. Letting go is not the end of desire. It is the doorway through which desire can finally arrive. So many speak of visualization, scripting, affirming, but few understand that all of it is meaningless without the release. The universe cannot deliver to hands that are clenched in tension. It needs openness. It needs trust. Letting go doesn't mean you don't care. It means you care enough to step aside, to trust the unseen intelligence that knows how to orchestrate the symphony better than you ever could. When you let go, you stop creating from fear and start creating from faith. The faith that what is meant for you is already moving toward you. That the delay is not denial, it's alignment. That your job is not to chase, but to clear space. Elin's finest works were born in the moments she forgot about herself. When she wasn't the glassblower, but the instrument through which creation flowed. She became a conduit, not a commander, and in that surrender beauty emerged. It always does. So ask yourself, what are you holding so tightly that it can't move? What dream have you tried to drag into existence, not realizing you've been blocking its path? The moment you let go, not in defeat, but in devotion, you create the space for it to appear. Not as you imagined it, but often far better. Because manifestation is not a reward for effort. It is a response to alignment. And alignment begins the moment you release the need to force it. Letting go isn't the last step. It's the first key, the one that unlocks everything. In the heart of Kyoto, tucked between the cherry blossoms and whispering bamboo, lived a calligrapher named Kenji, whose brushstrokes once danced with such grace that emperors requested his scrolls. But in time, as recognition grew, so did the pressure. Each piece had to be better than the last. Every stroke carried the weight of expectation. And so Kenji began to try harder. He practiced longer. He analyzed every flick of his wrist, adjusted every posture. But the more he tried, the more rigid his work became. The elegance vanished, the flow dried up. What was once alive now felt mechanical. He blamed himself, he blamed the tools, he even blamed the paper. But none of it helped, because he didn't yet see the truth. He was trying too hard. Then one spring morning, while visiting a mountain shrine, Kenji watched a child dip a brush into ink and scrawl joyful, filled characters across a scrap of parchment. The letters were uneven, the lines imperfect, but there was something sacred in them, something raw, honest, free. And in that moment, Kenji saw through the illusion. The child wasn't trying, he was expressing, he wasn't perfecting, he was playing, and the result was not something forced, but something felt. That day, Kenji returned to his studio and placed the brush in his hand, without any intention to impress. He breathed, he smiled, and he allowed the movement to lead him, not his mind. What flowed onto the page was imperfect but alive, and it shimmered with something his perfection had long forgotten: soul. This is the paradox most never question. Effort becomes the very thing that blocks the outcome. You've been taught that more work equals more reward. But the truth is subtler. Life doesn't respond to strain, it responds to ease. Trying too hard is like yelling at a flower to bloom. You might feel active, but nothing grows faster. In fact, the more desperate your tone, the more the petals recoil. Trying too hard is rooted in fear, the fear that if you don't push, it won't happen. But manifestation isn't about force, it's about frequency. The energy of over-effort whispers, "I don't believe it's possible unless I make it happen." But creation doesn't bloom from disbelief. It blooms from knowing. Kenji reclaimed his mastery not by working harder, but by releasing the grip. He remembered what it meant to enjoy the motion, not just the outcome. He learned to trust the brush, the ink, and the unseen rhythm beneath it all. And in that trust, his art became art again. So ask yourself gently, where in your life are you pushing too hard? Where are you trying to prove instead of express, to force instead of flow? The moment you stop gripping, something else takes over, something wiser, smoother, more precise than your pressure could ever achieve. Sometimes the path opens not through effort, but through exhale. When you finally stop trying so hard, you don't lose your power, you find it. On the edge of the Sahara, where the dunes roll like golden waves beneath a sky too wide to measure, lived a man named Idris who had once wandered far and wide in search of answers. He had climbed mountains for wisdom, crossed deserts for visions, and sat at the feet of teachers who spoke in riddles and silence. Still, the peace he sought evaded him, so he kept moving, kept striving, kept performing rituals and reciting sacred words, believing that if he just did enough, prayed enough, earned enough stillness, the universe would finally open its arms to him. But it never did, not in the way he imagined. One evening, exhausted and disillusioned, Idris sat beneath a fig tree and said aloud to no one in particular, "I have done everything." And in that declaration, something unexpected happened. He stopped, not in failure, but in stillness. He let the silence wrap around him, not as an absence, but as a presence. He didn't try to meditate, he didn't try to heal, he didn't try to understand. He just was. And it was in that moment when nothing was being done that everything began to move. The air shifted, the desert cooled. A deep breath moved through him that felt like it had waited years to arrive. He felt no visions, no angels, no miracles, just peace. But it was the kind of peace that needed no explanation. It was enough. For the first time in decades, Idris felt full, and he had done nothing to earn it. This is the forgotten law hidden behind every to-do list, behind every ambition masked as spirituality. Doing nothing is not apathy. It is alignment. It is stepping out of the way so life can finally do what it was always meant to do, flow through you without resistance. Most people mistake movement for progress, but often it is the quiet pause that carries the most power. When you do nothing, when you cease striving, demanding, performing, you return to your natural rhythm, and that rhythm is the frequency of all creation. Doing nothing does not mean laziness. It means receptivity. It means trusting that you are not the puppet master of the cosmos, but the tuning fork through which the universe hums. Idris did not abandon his path. He simply stopped forcing it, and in that stopping, his path found him. Sometimes the only act left is to be still enough to receive what your effort has been blocking, still enough to hear what your thoughts have drowned out, still enough to feel the presence that never left. There is a place inside you that needs no fixing, no improving, no striving. It waits in the quiet, beyond doing. The moment you rest in it, the world begins to rearrange itself, not because you pushed it, but because you finally stopped. When doing nothing, you become everything. Because only then can life do what it does best, rise to meet you in ways your effort never could. In a narrow canyon carved by centuries of wind, a traveler named Soren found himself stranded. His horse had fled at the first crack of thunder, and the path ahead was blocked by a wall of rock that had collapsed just hours before. He shouted, he cursed, he pleaded with the heavens to clear the way, but nothing moved. The rain slowed, the wind settled, but the boulder remained, silent and unmoved. With no choice, Soren sat. He had always been a man of motion, always outrunning his fears and chasing a future that stayed just beyond reach. But now he was forced into stillness, and in that stillness something began to shift, not in the landscape, but within him. Hours passed, then he noticed something strange. A thin crack in the rock, just wide enough to slip through sideways. It wasn't part of the original trail. It had never been there before. Curiosity outweighed despair. He entered. The passage was narrow, winding, and dark, but it opened into a hidden alcove overlooking a vast valley of untouched beauty. Waterfalls sang from cliffs he never knew existed. Light pooled on moss-covered stone. It took his breath, not because he had reached his destination, but because he had discovered something that didn't exist until the obstacle redirected him. This is the truth most overlook. The thing in your way is not the enemy. It is the invitation. The closed door is not the punishment. It is the redirection. What you call failure may be the only route to the breakthrough you couldn't have imagined on your own. Life doesn't block you to hurt you. It blocks you to reveal the portal you would never choose but always needed. The obstacle is the portal because it collapses the illusion of control. It forces you to become creative, adaptive, awake. It strips away your plans and in doing so, unveils the greater pattern. Like a river meeting stone, you are not meant to stop. You are meant to curve, to flow in a new direction, one that wasn't available until the old path was sealed. Soren didn't find the valley because he followed the map. He found it because he was willing to move through the very thing he resented. And in that movement, he discovered not just a new place, but a new self. One who could find beauty not despite difficulty, but because of it. Ask yourself, what if the thing blocking you is actually pointing you? What if the resistance isn't stopping your growth, it's shaping it? When you stop seeing the obstacle as a sign to turn back and instead as a threshold to pass through, everything changes. The boulder doesn't move, but you do. You slip through the crack, you enter the unknown, and there in that hidden valley on the other side of frustration, you find a life far more alive than the one you were chasing. The path is not behind the obstacle. The path is through it. Always has been. In a quiet monastery high in the Himalayas, cloaked in snow and silence, lived a seeker named Aaron, who had spent 12 years looking for enlightenment. He had meditated in caves until his legs ached, fasted until he saw visions, and recited sacred mantras until his voice broke. Every teacher he met gave him more practices, more paths, more steps to take. He followed them all with relentless devotion, convinced that if he just tried hard enough, he would find it, that elusive awakening he had read about in ancient texts. But it never came, not the light, not the peace, just more longing, more waiting, more silence that felt empty rather than full. One morning, after yet another restless night, Aaron stood by the temple stream and whispered, "I give up." Not out of bitterness, but out of exhaustion so complete that even the desire to reach the goal faded. For the first time in years, he didn't sit to meditate. He didn't chant. He didn't try to clear his thoughts or open his heart. He simply watched the water pass over smooth stones and let his breath come and go without directing it. No effort, no seeking, just being. And in that stillness, something shifted. Not outside him, but within. A quiet joy rose, gentle and unprovoked. He felt no fireworks, no blinding light, only the profound realization that what he had spent years chasing had always been with him. It was never missing, only obscured by the chase itself. This is the paradox buried in every seeker's journey. The more desperately you search, the more you affirm the absence of what you seek. Searching is a declaration of lack. It says, "It is not here." And so the universe echoes back, "Indeed, it is not." But when you stop searching, not in apathy, but in presence, you make space for truth to arise on its own terms. You don't find it until you stop searching, because searching keeps your attention on the future, on becoming, on trying. But truth only lives in the now, in being, in allowing. The treasure you're after is buried beneath the floorboards of your own awareness. You've just been too busy digging elsewhere to notice. Aaron didn't find enlightenment in the rituals. He found it in the release of the need to find it. In the moment he let go of the search, he was found. Not by a teacher or a method, but by the realization that everything he longed for was already present, quietly waiting behind his need to chase it. Consider your own life. What are you trying so hard to find that you can't see what's already here? The love, the peace, the clarity, they arrive when the noise of needing fades. When you stop scanning the horizon and return to the stillness within, you don't find it until you stop searching, because the finding isn't an event. It's a recognition. And recognition only happens when you stop running long enough to see what's always been. In the dense forests of northern Oregon, where fog clings to the earth like breath that refuses to rise, there lived a woman named May who had followed the same trail for years. It was a path worn into habit, mapped by her father before her and his father before him. This trail led to a clearing where herbs grew, where food could be foraged, where the village always gathered. And so May followed it, day after day, season after season, believing that to stray would be foolish, even dangerous. But with each passing year, something inside her grew restless. The trail felt too familiar, too certain, too confined. Her steps began to slow, her eyes wandered. And then one morning she reached the fork in the road and stopped walking. The well-worn path stretched ahead, inviting her back into predictability. But something else, barely visible through the thicket, called to her in silence. It was the opposite direction, the one she'd been warned against, the one no one chose. But May was tired of choosing what everyone else had, so she stepped off the trail. Thorns caught her skin, roots pulled at her ankles, the trees closed in. There was no map, no guidance, no promise of reward. But the air felt alive in a way it never had on the known trail. Every step forward stripped something false. Every hour deeper into the unknown brought her closer to herself. And when she finally emerged, scratched and breathless, she found herself standing on the ridge of a hidden valley, untouched, unclaimed, and radiant. Wildflowers stretched into the horizon, a spring bubbled from the rocks. The view was vast, infinite, and for the first time in her life, she understood. The right path had never been the one they taught her to walk. It was the one she had been afraid to take. This is the paradox that defines all transformation. The path that leads to your truth is often the one that looks like a mistake. It is the road others dismiss, the direction that defies logic, the choice that doesn't make sense until everything finally does. The right path often begins in resistance, discomfort, doubt, because the soul doesn't evolve through certainty. It expands through contradiction. When you choose the opposite of what fear tells you, you align with what freedom has been whispering all along. The obvious path is safe, but the sacred one is hidden in the direction you avoid. When everyone goes left, life often waits to the right. May did not discover new land. She discovered a new self, one that didn't need the approval of the familiar, one that had the courage to choose what didn't make sense on the outside, but felt right on the inside. So ask yourself, where are you following the trail? Because it's what you've always done. And what would happen if you turned toward the unknown, toward the very path you've avoided? Sometimes the direction you fear most is the one that holds everything you've been looking for. In a bustling market town along the shores of the Adriatic Sea, there lived a clockmaker named Tomas, who believed in order above all things. His workshop was a marvel of precision. Tools were aligned to the millimeter. Each tick of each clock was tuned to a sacred rhythm. Customers trusted his skill, and travelers came from distant cities just to witness his art. But outside his shop, Thomas struggled. He needed people to act a certain way, events to follow a certain logic, life to bend to his plans. When something didn't go his way, a delivery delayed, a storm arriving early, he unraveled. He tightened his routines, micromanaged every detail, set new rules, and the more he tried to control, the more things slipped through his fingers. One spring, a young apprentice named Nico arrived. He was clumsy, carefree, and often off schedule. He ruined 2 timepieces in his first week. Tomas bristled with frustration, trying to mold the boy into an image of perfection. But Nico smiled through every reprimand. And despite the chaos he brought, the shop began to hum with a strange new energy. Customers lingered longer, laughter returned. One morning, Tomas entered the workshop and found Nico attempting to repair a damaged watch without instructions. At first, he moved to stop him, but something made him pause. The boy wasn't following the diagram, yet the gears began to align anyway. Not perfectly, but beautifully. There was life in the imperfection, and in that moment, Tomas realized what he had never dared to admit. Control had become his cage. It had killed spontaneity, repelled joy, invited stress in the name of order. The more he tried to force perfection, the more chaos he actually created, both in the workshop and in himself. This is the hidden irony of control. It doesn't create safety. It creates tension. Because control is rooted in fear, the fear that if you don't grip everything tightly, everything will fall apart. But the truth is, most things fall apart because of the grip. Life is not a machine to be fixed. It is a current to be joined. When you demand that reality obey your plans, it begins to resist. But when you allow, when you trust, when you flow, life becomes a partner instead of a puzzle. Tomas began to loosen his grip. He let Nico try new methods. He allowed mistakes. He even let the clocks fall slightly out of sync, just enough to remind himself that harmony isn't always symmetrical. And as he released control, the chaos stopped, not because the world changed, but because his relationship to it did. Consider where in your life you are forcing a timeline, a relationship, a process to fit your expectations. What would happen if you let go, just slightly? If you trusted that life has its own intelligence, its own rhythm. Control feels like safety, but it is often the very thing keeping the peace from arriving. Let go, not all at once, just enough to let the harmony back in. In the golden silence of a remote mountain village in northern Peru, a woman named Esperanza lived with a heart full of broken pieces. Her husband had passed 5 years prior, her daughter had moved far away, and though no visible wounds remained, she carried the ache of emptiness, like a secret weight. Each day she tried to fix herself. She read every book on healing. She lit candles, recited affirmations, and performed rituals to cleanse the pain. She journaled until the ink ran dry and worked tirelessly to become the version of herself she believed would no longer hurt. But the more she tried to fix the wound, the deeper it seemed to burrow. Her healing became another form of punishment, always just out of reach, always something to earn. One afternoon, while sweeping her porch, she knocked over a small clay bowl her grandmother had made by hand. It cracked cleanly into 2 halves. At first, she bent to gather the pieces with frustration. But something stopped her. The bowl still held its shape, still held its story. She didn't glue it back. She simply placed it on the windowsill as it was, open, incomplete, but whole in its honesty. And as the sunlight filtered through the broken curve, Esperanza began to cry. Not the kind of cry that pleads for relief, but the kind that says, "I'm tired of fighting myself." In that quiet surrender, something profound emerged. not a solution, not a breakthrough, just presence. And with it, a softness returned to her life. She stopped fixing, and slowly healing began. This is the paradox we are rarely taught. Healing doesn't come when you work harder to fix yourself. It comes when you stop needing to be fixed. The more you chase the end of pain, the more you tell your soul it is still broken. But when you stop running, when you sit beside your ache, instead of trying to solve it, it begins to dissolve. Not because it was defeated, but because it was seen. Most people try to heal as a form of resistance. I'll meditate so I stop feeling this. I'll journal so I stop crying. But real healing begins when you say, it's okay to feel this. It's okay to cry. It's okay to not know what's next. In that acceptance, the wound is no longer a problem. It becomes a teacher, a doorway, a sacred pause. Esperanza didn't become someone new. She became someone true. She didn't rise from the ashes stronger. She simply stopped pretending she hadn't burned. And in that, she found strength that was never brittle, gentle, whole. Ask yourself, where are you trying so hard to fix what only needs to be held? Where have you mistaken effort for love and perfection for peace? The healing you seek doesn't arrive when you complete the process. It begins the moment you stop treating your heart like a project and start treating it like a friend. Some things don't need to be repaired. They just need to be witnessed. That's when the real mending begins. In the white-walled corridors of a seaside monastery in Crete lived a man named Theo who had spent most of his life in pursuit of peace. After a bitter divorce and the collapse of a business he once called his legacy, he sought refuge in silence, in solitude, in the discipline of simplicity. He believed that if he could remove all distractions, if he could distance himself from the world's noise, peace would finally descend. And so he meditated for hours, counted his breaths like coins, memorized verses from old mystics, and avoided anything that stirred too much feeling. But no matter how long he sat in lotus or how far he removed himself from modern life, something still fidgeted in his chest, an unease that whispered just below the surface. One evening, after months of stillness, Theo wandered down to the shore where the moon rippled over the sea like a silver invitation. He didn't sit. He didn't breathe in any special way. He simply stood, tired of trying, and let the ocean's rhythm speak louder than his effort. The waves rose and fell without concern, and in their gentle indifference, he saw something he hadn't noticed before. They weren't peaceful because they were still. They were peaceful because they didn't resist being what they were. In that moment, Theo understood what had eluded him all along. Peace isn't something you earn by escaping the storm. It's what appears when you stop trying to control the weather. He had been chasing peace like a destination, like a prize for his spiritual discipline. But peace isn't hiding. It's waiting underneath the chase. The more you pursue it, the more it retreats. Because the chase is fueled by the belief that peace is somewhere you are not. And that belief becomes the very block. Peace doesn't come when everything is quiet. It comes when you are no longer at war with what is. It doesn't demand a perfect environment, just a surrendered presence. When Theo finally stopped chasing peace, it found him, not with fanfare, but like a gentle tide washing over sand, too tired to resist. He didn't leave the monastery, but he changed within it. He stopped trying to silence his thoughts. Instead, he listened. He stopped measuring his progress. Instead, he lived. And he found that peace wasn't an arrival. It was a returning to the self he had tried to outrun through perfection. Ask yourself, where have you made peace a goal rather than a ground? Where have you treated calm as a transaction, waiting for it to appear when you've done enough, healed enough, fixed enough? The truth is simpler. Peace doesn't arrive because you've earned it. It arises when you remember it was never missing, only covered. When you stop chasing peace, you meet it where it has always been, here in this breath, in this moment. waiting patiently for you to stop running long enough to come home. In the ancient streets of Fez, where spices filled the air and stories lingered in the stones, there lived a man named Rafik, who was known by many names. Poet, scholar, teacher, son, he wore each title like a badge, carefully polished and dutifully displayed. He believed in becoming someone, in crafting a life so defined that no moment felt wasted. Every day he reinforced his image. He recited poetry that others admired. He answered questions with precision. He walked with the weight of someone who had built a name worth protecting. But the more he grew into his identity, the smaller his world became. He could no longer write anything without wondering how it would be perceived. He could no longer speak without measuring every word. His name had become a prison, and his story a script he was no longer free to rewrite. One morning, during the call to prayer, Rafik wandered to the edge of the city, where the sun poured over the ruins of an old madrasa. There he met an old woman kneeling beside a broken fountain, humming a tune he didn't recognize. She smiled at him but didn't ask his name, didn't ask what he did or what he had written. She simply said, "Do you ever forget who you are long enough to become what you are?" Then she turned and disappeared into the maze of alleyways, like mist after dawn. The question followed him. It echoed in the silence between lines of his poetry. It unraveled his need to be consistent, to be praised, to be known. And for the first time he began to loosen his grip. He stopped introducing himself with titles. He stopped rehearsing his history. He wrote without thinking of readers. He walked through the market without performing his importance. And in that shedding of identity, something miraculous happened. He began to feel alive again. This is the hidden truth we rarely dare to touch. Identity, when clung to too tightly, becomes limitation. Who you think you are, your name, your profession, your story, is only one version of the self. And the more you invest in it, the more you trap yourself in the expectation to keep being that. But when you detach, not in apathy but in awareness, you create space for something greater to emerge. Not a better version of the self, but a deeper one, a freer one, one that exists before name and narrative. Rafik became more when he stopped trying to be someone. His poetry deepened, his laughter returned. People no longer came to admire him, they came to feel something through him, because he was no longer a man defending a mask. He was an open door to something timeless. Ask yourself, who would you be if you forgot who you were told to be? When you drop the labels, the need to explain, the desire to define, you don't disappear. You expand. You return to the place where being is enough. And from there, everything becomes possible again. In the sweltering heat of southern India, where the sun paints every rooftop in gold, a man named Dev ran a small tea stall at the edge of a busy railway station. For years, he chased success with the urgency of a train departing the platform. He opened before dawn. He served hundreds. He added new snacks, upgraded his stall, memorized the names and habits of every customer, hoping it would earn their loyalty. He believed that if he just worked harder, stayed busier, success would come. But as the months passed, profits stayed the same, and though his hands never stopped moving, his heart grew heavy. The more he did, the less it worked. Something was missing, but he couldn't afford to slow down to find it. Then one afternoon, the power went out. No boiling water, no fans, no customers, just stillness. Dev sat down, something he rarely did. At first, the silence felt suffocating, like failure pressing in, but then he noticed something strange. He could hear the wind again, the hum of cicadas, the distant sound of a flute from the temple nearby. And for the first time in years, he heard his own breath. It didn't fix his finances, it didn't solve his questions, but it softened something that had been hard inside him for too long. The next morning, he didn't rush. He opened his stall gently. He moved slower. He looked each customer in the eye. He listened more than he spoke. And something changed. The regulars lingered longer. New faces appeared. A passing traveler from the city tasted his tea and invited him to serve at a local retreat for a week. That one invitation became many. His name spread, not as the busiest, but as the most peaceful cup of tea in the region. This is the paradox that most overlook in their chase for success. What you're trying to grasp often only comes when you stop reaching for it. Stillness is not laziness. It's power without friction. It's clarity without clutter. In stillness, your energy gathers, your mind clears, your essence speaks louder than your effort. The world notices when someone moves from presence, not pressure. Dev didn't become successful because he did more. He became successful because he allowed space for something deeper to emerge, something that people could feel but couldn't quite name. The tea hadn't changed. He had. You've been taught to hustle, to chase, to grind. But success is not a dog to be hunted. It's a current to be joined. And stillness is the place where you hear its rhythm best. Ask yourself, where are you mistaking movement for momentum? Where have you drowned your own brilliance in noise? When you stop spinning, the universe has a chance to catch up. And what it brings is often not what you planned, but what was waiting all along. Stillness is not the opposite of success. It is the doorway. You don't fall behind by pausing. You arrive quietly, powerfully, completely. In a crowded marketplace in Marrakesh, where voices rose like song and scents of saffron and smoke wove through the air, lived a merchant named Samir. He was known for his craftsmanship, but more so for his temper. A single insult could ignite him, a late payment, a poorly phrased question, even a customer's hesitation. Each felt like a threat. And he defended himself with sharp words and wounded pride. He believed strength came from swift reaction. That power was in asserting, correcting, controlling. But what he didn't see was how much of himself he lost in every flare of anger, how his peace was always at the mercy of the next interaction. One day, an old traveler entered his stall. He spoke softly, examined the goods with care, and offered half the price. Samir's fire rose instantly. He leaned forward, ready to protest. But before he could speak, the man said, "If you respond to me, I own your breath. If you stay still, you own it." Then he smiled and walked away. The words haunted Samir. That night he sat by the lamp, turning them over in his mind. What if reaction wasn't power but surrender? What if every outburst was a handover of energy, not a defense of it? He thought about all the moments he had lost himself to provocation, not just the time, but the clarity, the presence, the dignity, and something shifted. The next day, when a woman shouted at him over a chipped bowl, he did nothing. He listened, breathed, let the storm pass. She blinked, confused, apologized, bought 2 bowls instead of 1. It happened again and again. The calmer he became, the more people softened around him. His stall grew quieter, not from lack of business, but from the absence of unnecessary conflict. His silence began to speak louder than his voice ever had. This is the hidden power of non-reaction. It is not weakness, it is mastery. It is choosing to remain the sky while the weather changes. When you react, you descend. You meet the chaos on its terms. But when you stay still, you invite everything around you to rise. Non-reaction is not indifference. It is deep presence. A presence that says, I see what's happening, but I choose not to be consumed by it. It's knowing that your energy is too sacred to be tossed around by every gust of emotion, that your peace is not up for negotiation every time someone knocks on the door of your nervous system. Samir became respected not for his products, but for his presence. People came to buy from him because they felt calm in his company, and that calm was not accidental. It was chosen again and again in the moments he could have reacted but didn't. Ask yourself, where are you giving your power away in tiny reactions? Where have you forgotten that silence can be stronger than shouting? True power is not in controlling others. It's in mastering your response. And sometimes that mastery begins with doing nothing at all. In the quiet hills of northern Spain, nestled between fields of lavender and stone pathways older than memory, lived a healer named Lucia, who was known for her remedies and her unwavering confidence. People came to her not just for herbs or salves, but for her certainty. She always knew what to do, what to say, how to fix. There was comfort in her conviction, but behind closed doors, Lucia began to feel something missing. The more certain she became, the less wonder she felt. The miracles that once happened in her early days, spontaneous healings, uncanny synchronicities, mysterious answers whispered by wind, had grown rare. Her knowledge had expanded, but her awe had shrunk. What she once called faith now felt like formula. What used to feel like magic now felt like memorization. One night, a child was brought to her with an illness she couldn't name. Her remedies failed, her rituals fell flat. She consulted every book, every note she had kept over the years, but nothing worked. For the first time in decades, Lucia had no answer. So she sat beside the child's bed and did something she hadn't done in years. She asked for help, not from the books, not from the mind, but from the unknown. She whispered, "I don't know." And with that, something softened in the air. It wasn't dramatic, no sudden cure, but something in her presence shifted. Her hands, usually firm with purpose, became gentle with humility. She stopped trying to fix and simply stayed, open. The child's breathing steadied, his eyes fluttered, and by morning he smiled. That was the miracle. Not just the recovery, but the return of wonder. This is the quiet truth few admit. Certainty, when held too tightly, becomes a barrier. It leaves no room for the unexpected, the divine, the impossible. Miracles live in the cracks between what we know. They arrive when we loosen our grip on how things are supposed to go. When we stop needing to be right and become willing to be surprised. Certainty can feel powerful. It feels safe. But it is often the armor we wear to avoid vulnerability. And in that armor we become blind to possibility. We become so sure of how the world works that we no longer see how much more it could become. Lucia learned to make space again, not just in her practice but in her spirit. She began every healing with a pause, a breath, a silent invitation to the mystery, and in that openness her power returned, not as control but as connection. People felt it. They didn't just come to her for answers. They came for presence, for wonder, for the space where miracles could land. Ask yourself, where are you clinging to what you think you know? Where have you left no room for the universe to surprise you? Let go of needing to be certain, because the moment you admit you don't know is often the moment the miracle begins. In a narrow alleyway in Prague, tucked behind a crumbling cathedral, lived a sculptor named Elias, whose hands once shaped stone into forms that made people weep. For years, he was revered. His work displayed in halls of power, his name whispered like a spell, but success became a shadow. He began creating for applause, not truth. His hands no longer moved with soul, only strategy. Commissions grew, expectations swelled, but the art, his art, went silent. One winter, the largest sculpture he'd ever attempted collapsed. 3 months of work shattered in seconds, and with it, something inside him broke too. He didn't speak for days, didn't return to the studio. He walked the city with a hollow stare, haunted by the failure, ashamed of the silence inside him. He had built his entire identity around strength, mastery, recognition, and now none of it remained. He had hit the bottom, but it was there, in that cold emptiness, that something rare happened. On the 4th morning, Elias sat on the floor of his abandoned studio, surrounded by dust and shards of stone, and did the one thing he had never dared to do: nothing. He didn't try to fix, didn't try to plan. He just sat with the ruins. And in that stillness, a question rose, not from his mind, but from something deeper. What if this wasn't the end? What if this collapse was clearing space? His fingers reached for a fragment. He began carving, Not from ambition, but from surrender. No sketches, no purpose, just presence. And as the days passed, something beautiful emerged. Something raw, wild, and alive in a way his polished work never was. He didn't know what it was meant to be. He only knew it was true. When it was done, it stood quietly in the corner, unannounced. And yet, every person who entered the studio wept in front of it. Not because it was perfect, but because it was honest. This is the paradox few want to face. Breakthroughs often begin at the breakdown. The moment when everything falls apart is not failure, it is invitation. When the identity you've built crumbles, it is not the end. It is the unveiling of what was buried beneath. We are taught to fear the collapse, to dread the unraveling. But what breaks you down is often breaking you open. The breakdown humbles the mind so the soul can speak. It strips you of illusion so truth can find you. Elias didn't rise from strength, he rose from surrender, from accepting that the rubble held the real art. Ask yourself, where are you trying to hold it all together out of fear that breaking means the end? What if the fracture is where the light gets in? What if the bottom is where the foundation finally begins? You don't need to avoid the breakdown, you need to listen to it. Because buried in the wreckage of what you thought your life should be is the doorway to what it was always meant to become. In a small cottage at the edge of the Scottish Highlands, surrounded by mist and moss-covered stones, lived a woman named Isla who was known for her laughter. People came to her for stories, for warmth, for the way her presence felt like sunlight on a rainy day. But behind her smile lived a quiet sorrow she never spoke of. Years earlier, she had lost her son in a drowning accident, and though time moved forward, part of her remained frozen at the edge of that dark water. She didn't cry, she didn't speak of him. She filled her days with kindness, her nights with routine, and her heart with the need to always appear whole, because she believed that if she ever let the sadness in, it would never leave. One evening, while organizing the attic, she found an old wool sweater he used to wear, folded neatly in a wooden box. She touched it, and the air around her seemed to still. Without warning, her legs gave way beneath her, and she wept. Not the quiet, controlled kind of grief, but the kind that breaks open all the doors you've kept locked, the kind that feels like surrender and resurrection at the same time. And in that outpouring, something unexpected happened. Her chest loosened, her breath deepened, and for the first time in years, she felt peace. Not because she had escaped the sadness, but because she had finally allowed it. This is the truth few are taught. Happiness is not the absence of sadness. It is the inclusion of it, the welcoming of all that lives within you. When you suppress pain, you don't avoid it. You prolong it. You place it in a room with no windows where it grows heavy in silence. But when you open that door and let the sadness breathe, it begins to soften. It begins to flow. It no longer controls you through avoidance. It becomes a part of your truth. And in that truth, joy finds room to return. Isla didn't lose her light when she cried. She found a deeper one. Her laughter returned, not as a mask, but as a melody with more depth. People felt it. They didn't know why her stories landed more tenderly, why her smile reached further into them. But it was because her happiness no longer came from avoiding sadness. It came from holding both. You don't become happy by pushing sadness away. You become happy by letting it move through. Because the heart isn't meant to be divided. It is meant to be whole. And wholeness only comes when every emotion has a seat at the table. Ask yourself, what have you been afraid to feel in the name of staying strong? What would happen if you stopped resisting the ache and let it move through like weather passing through the sky? The tears you avoid are the rivers that carry you back to yourself. And on the other side of that river is not weakness, but freedom, and yes, happiness too. In the glowing haze of a Las Vegas backroom, tucked behind velvet curtains and echoes of laughter, there was a poker player named Vincent who hadn't lost a game in years. He played with precision, strategy, and an icy calm that made opponents uneasy. His name was whispered like a myth, his success measured in chips, trophies, and reputation. But beneath his sharp suit and sharper gaze lived a man clenched so tightly to control that joy had long slipped through his fingers. Every move was calculated, every smile rehearsed. He didn't play for the thrill anymore. He played to avoid losing. And in that fear, the game he once loved became a prison made of rules and pressure. Then one night, a newcomer sat across from him, a woman who smiled too easily, played too recklessly, and didn't seem to care about the stakes. At first, Vincent dismissed her, but she kept winning, not by strategy, but by intuition, not through calculation, but through ease. As his stack dwindled, so did his certainty. And when the final hand came and he lost everything, something strange happened. He laughed, a real unguarded laugh that hadn't escaped him in years. The weight lifted, not because he had finally been beaten, but because he had finally stopped gripping so tightly to the need to win. For the first time, he walked away from the table with nothing but freedom. This is the paradox buried in every pursuit. You can't win until you lose the game, because as long as you're playing to protect something, an image, a legacy, a fear, you're not really playing. You're surviving. Winning becomes about proving, and life becomes a scoreboard. But real freedom comes when you stop trying to win at all, when you lose the game not in defeat, but in release. Vincent began to play again, but differently. Not to win, not to build a name, but to feel, to engage, to live inside the uncertainty. And with each hand, he smiled more. People noticed. He lost more often, but he lived more deeply. And then, almost without trying, the wins returned. But they no longer defined him. They were just moments in motion, not evidence of worth. Ask yourself, where in your life are you clinging so tightly to victory that you've forgotten the reason you began? Where are you afraid to lose? Not because you love what you do, but because you're afraid of what losing says about you. To truly win, at love, at creativity, at life, you must first let go of the game. Let go of the scorekeeping, the performance, the chase. Because it's not until you lose your attachment to outcome that you become free enough to truly show up. Vincent lost the game that night. And in doing so, he won something far greater, his own presence, his own joy, and the peace that comes when life is no longer a competition, but a dance. In the early mornings of Kyoto, before the streets filled with bicycles and soft footsteps, there lived an old gardener named Hiroshi, who was responsible for the temple's courtyard. Every blossom, every stone, every ripple in the sand was touched by his hand. But unlike the younger monks who labored loudly and moved quickly to impress, Hiroshi worked slowly, lightly. Sometimes it appeared he wasn't doing anything at all, just watching the breeze, sipping tea, pausing in the shade of a pine. The others whispered that he was lazy, past his prime, no longer committed to the rigor of the temple, but the head monk never intervened. He only smiled when asked and said, "Watch more closely." One morning, after a heavy storm had scattered leaves across the temple grounds, the younger monks rushed to rake them. They worked with intensity, with sweat on their brows, eager to restore order. Hiroshi arrived late, carrying nothing but a small bamboo broom. He stood still, observing. Then, with a few fluid movements, he began to sweep. He didn't rush. He didn't strain. He let the broom glide like calligraphy across the earth. Within minutes, the ground looked as if the wind itself had cleaned it. No wasted motion, no friction, just presence, just ease. This is the hidden truth most never see. Effortlessness is not the absence of discipline. It is its highest form. True mastery is quiet. It does not announce itself. It does not strain. It flows from alignment, from consistency, from deep relationship with the rhythm beneath the task. Effortlessness comes not from doing less, but from being so attuned to what you're doing that resistance disappears. Hiroshi wasn't lazy. He was efficient because he was present. He knew the garden, knew its patterns, its breath. His movements looked simple only because they were guided by years of practice, surrendered to the moment. And the paradox revealed itself. Those who try too hard rarely reach it, but those who trust the flow often exceed it. You don't become effortless by avoiding work. You become effortless by dissolving the tension around work, by letting go of the need to prove, to perfect, to control. You show up, you breathe, you let your craft move through you, not from you. Hiroshi continued to tend the temple until his final day. When he passed, the monks found a note in his quarters. It read, "The garden never needed to be fixed, only understood." Ask yourself, where are you forcing what wants to flow? Where are you turning a sacred act into a struggle by believing that only effort has value? The greatest musicians don't fight the notes, they become the song. The most skilled artists don't battle the canvas, they become the brush. And the most peaceful lives aren't built by pushing, but by surrendering to what already knows how to bloom through them. Effortlessness isn't a lack of effort. It's the reward for learning how to move without resistance. And that, more than anything, is the true discipline. In a sun-drenched village along the hills of Tuscany, there lived a winemaker named Matteo, who believed that grapes only flourished under precise conditions. He studied temperature, soil, rainfall. He measured and calculated, adjusted and corrected, but something always felt off. Some years the crop tasted dull, others too sour. Despite his meticulous planning, frustrated, he blamed the seasons, the tools, even himself. Until one autumn, his wife Elena, who rarely stepped into the vineyard, wandered among the vines, humming softly. She wasn't there to work. She was simply grieving her father's passing, walking without direction, her sorrow spilling out like perfume. Days later, Matteo tasted the grapes from the rows she had visited. They were vibrant, rich, alive in a way he had never achieved through logic. At first, he dismissed it as coincidence, but it happened again. When Elena laughed during pruning, the fruit was sweeter. When she sang through her sadness, the vines grew fuller. Slowly, Matteo began to see what all his books had never taught him. The vineyard was not only responding to his technique, it was responding to the energy in which that technique was carried. This was emotional alchemy, the unseen force that transforms not just the inner world, but the outer one. Reality does not obey thought alone. It follows feeling. What you carry emotionally doesn't stay inside. It bleeds into what you create, what you touch, what you experience. The world listens more closely to your vibration than your vocabulary. Matteo began an experiment. He stopped obsessing over the numbers. Instead, he approached the vines with presence. If he was angry, he paused. If he was heavy with fear, he waited. Only when he reached a place of stillness or joy would he prune, water, harvest, and the vineyard transformed, not just in yield, but in taste. Locals said the wine carried something they couldn't name, a warmth, a fullness, a depth that felt like being seen. This is what most overlook in their pursuit of change. They focus on strategy and forget state. They try to shift reality with action while dragging an inner world that contradicts it. But matter bends to emotion. Your energy is the blueprint your world reads. No ritual, no habit, no step-by-step plan can override the signal your emotions send. You are an alchemist, not by pretending to feel good, but by learning how to hold emotion like flame, not something to fear, but something to direct. When you transform guilt into grace, fear into awareness, anger into boundaries, sadness into softness, your external world mirrors that shift. Matteo no longer saw his vineyard as a field to be managed, but as a mirror. And through it he learned that his reality was not happening to him. It was responding to him. Ask yourself, what are you unconsciously transmitting? What unspoken emotions are shaping the soil of your life? Reality bends, yes, but only when you learn to feel with clarity and lead with frequency. That is the quiet magic behind every true transformation. In a weathered art studio along the cliffs of Santorini lived a woman named Celeste who dreamed of being discovered. Each morning she would stare at the sea and imagine her paintings hanging in galleries, her name whispered among curators, her signature recognized in distant cities. She repeated affirmations, visualized success, wrote her goals on scraps of parchment, and placed them under her pillow. She thought of abundance constantly, but each year passed quietly. Her art remained unseen and her belief slowly soured into doubt. The more she thought about what she wanted, the further it seemed to drift, until one evening, tired of manifesting and waiting, she dipped her brush in crimson and painted simply for herself. No vision boards, no affirmations, just feeling, just truth, just presence in color. For the first time, her brush moved without instruction. The image that emerged startled her, not because it was beautiful, but because it felt alive. It didn't come from her thoughts, it came from her being. The next day, a stranger wandered into her studio, drawn by a painting displayed near the window. He didn't ask for her website, he asked what she felt when she painted it. A week later, it hung in his gallery, and more followed. This was the turning point. Not the gallery, but the realization. She had spent years thinking her way into a reality she never fully embodied. She had tried to attract through intention, but neglected the most important part, becoming. This is the quiet truth that so many miss. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. Not what you think, not what you write, not what you hope for, but what you live, breathe, and carry in your cells. The universe is not responding to your vision board, it's responding to your vibration. If you think like a magnet but walk like a question mark, life gets confused. Embodying doesn't mean pretending, it means aligning, feeling into the version of yourself that already holds what you seek, and then acting from that state, not out of delusion but out of resonance. It's not saying I am worthy while fearing rejection. It's standing up straighter, breathing deeper, choosing from that inner knowing, even when no one is watching. Celeste didn't become a successful artist by thinking about art. She became it. She painted from the frequency of being seen. She stopped imagining confidence and began expressing it. Her studio didn't change. She did. And the world simply followed her lead. Ask yourself, where are you thinking what you haven't yet embodied? Where are you trying to manifest from lack instead of truth? What you want already exists, but it's waiting for the version of you that matches it. Become that version not someday, but now. Not by thinking harder, but by living softer, by being what you seek before the world reflects it back. That is how the attraction truly begins. Quietly, powerfully, inevitably. In the heart of Istanbul, where old stones meet the call to prayer and time feels slower between breaths, lived a chef named Emre, who was known for the fire in his hands. His dishes burned with flavor. His energy filled the kitchen like thunder. Every movement was fast, decisive, and confident. He believed speed was mastery. That momentum was the secret ingredient to transformation. The kitchen pulsed to his rhythm, but beneath the heat and praise, something began to wear thin. He could no longer taste his own creations. They dazzled, but they didn't nourish. He found himself rushing through recipes he once revered, cutting corners, skipping steps. When a young apprentice asked why he never let the dough rise, Emre dismissed him. There's no time to wait. But then came the night he burned an entire tray of bread. Distracted, impatient, trying to do too much. The scent filled the air with failure. He stood over the blackened loaves, ashamed. The kitchen emptied. He sat alone, silence settling like ash. The next morning, with nothing left to prove, Emre woke early. He mixed new dough, slower this time. He let it sit. And for the first time in years, he waited. He watched the pause, not as a delay, but as part of the process. When he returned, the dough had doubled in size. Airy, alive. It rose without being touched, transformed not by force, but by stillness. This was the lesson life had tried to teach him. Transformation doesn't happen in the doing, it happens in the pause, in the space between breaths, between efforts, between endings and beginnings. The seed does not sprout while you're watching. The caterpillar does not emerge while being pushed. All transformation honors the pause. Without it, there is motion but no change. Emre began to bake differently. He began to live differently. He walked slower to the market. He tasted herbs with closed eyes. He let his apprentices finish sentences. The food changed, not because he learned something new, but because he finally made space for what he already knew to rise. We live in a world addicted to urgency, to achievement, to momentum. But the truth is, what changes us most often arrives in the stillness we try to skip, in the moment we finally stop doing and allow becoming. The pause is not passive, it is sacred. It is the chamber where integration happens, where clarity forms, where growth roots itself quietly before it blooms. Ask yourself, where are you rushing a process that needs space? Where are you afraid to pause because silence might reveal what noise has hidden? You don't need more motion, you need more presence. And presence only enters through the doorway of stillness. Let the dough rise, let the moment breathe, let the pause hold you, not as a stop, but as a sanctuary. That is where transformation waits, not in your effort, but in your willingness to be still long enough to meet it. In the candlelit halls of an old theater in Buenos Aires, there was a dancer named Sofia, who captivated everyone who watched her. Every step was flawless, every expression rehearsed to perfection. She learned early on that applause came when she performed well, and so she built her life around being impressive. On stage and off, she smiled the right way, spoke the right lines, gave the world what it wanted, and the world rewarded her with praise, but never presence. Crowds cheered, but no one truly knew her. Compliments filled the air, yet she felt invisible inside them. Night after night she danced until her feet bled, but the emptiness stayed, not because she lacked love, but because she was only ever loved for the mask she wore. And deep down, a quiet fear grew. If she stopped performing, would there be anything left worth seeing? One evening during a performance, her ankle gave out mid-turn. She collapsed. The music played on. The spotlight wavered. For a moment she thought of forcing herself back up, resuming the act. But something stopped her. She stayed on the ground, breathless, exposed. And in that stillness she wept, not from pain but from release. For the first time the audience saw her, not the performer, but the person, and they didn't turn away. They leaned in. That was the moment everything changed. You are not truly seen when you perform. You are seen when you drop the act. When the armor of perfection falls and the raw, real essence of who you are rises to the surface. That is where connection lives, not in applause, but in authenticity. Sophia returned to the stage months later, but she danced differently. She no longer moved to be admired. She moved to feel, to express, to connect, and the audience changed with her. The silence between notes grew deeper. The ovations felt softer, fuller, realer. People came not to see her perform, but to feel her presence. We learn to perform because the world teaches us early that approval follows performance. But what no one tells us is that performance may earn applause, but it also builds walls. It separates us from others and from ourselves. We become masters of pretending, but strangers to being. You don't need to be impressive to be loved. You don't need to be polished to be valued. You just need to be honest. When you stop trying to be something and allow yourself to be someone, people don't just notice you, they feel you. Ask yourself, where in your life are you still performing? Where are you hiding behind smiles, achievements, personas? What if the very thing you think you need to hide is the very thing others are waiting to embrace? You are seen not when you shine the brightest, but when you show up the most real. And that version of you, the one underneath the act, is the one the world is longing to meet. In the windswept plains of Patagonia, where the sky stretches wide and the land feels eternal, there lived a man named Leo, who spent his life searching for freedom. He avoided attachments, turned down job offers, traveled light, and never stayed in one place for more than a season. To him, freedom meant keeping every door open, every path available. Commitment, he believed, was a trap, something that would clip his wings and tether him to a life of predictability. So he ran, not always fast, but always far. He tasted many things, met many people, but everything remained unfinished, untouched at the root. One winter he came upon a small village where the roofs were buried in snow, and the people spoke with few words, but deep eyes. He intended to stay only a night, but a storm rolled in and grounded him for days, then weeks. The firewood needed splitting, the livestock needed care. One of the elders asked for help with repairs, and slowly, against his instincts, Leo stayed. Not out of obligation, but something gentler, something curious. He built, he listened, he learned, and he committed, not to a contract or a person, but to the moment, to the task, to being fully there. The more he showed up, the more space he felt, not less. The paradox unfolded before him like a slow sunrise. The freedom he had chased through detachment was blooming now, in devotion. This is the quiet truth buried beneath our culture of options and escape. Freedom is not found in constant choice. It's found in chosen depth. When you commit fully to a craft, a place, a relationship, you don't shrink, you expand. Because commitment focuses your energy like a river carving through rock. It creates structure, and within that structure your soul finds a rhythm it can finally rest in. Leo didn't lose himself by staying. He met himself. In the quiet repetition of daily life, in the small kindnesses shared over tea, in the deep satisfaction of seeing something through, he found a new kind of freedom, one that wasn't loud but lasting. Ask yourself, where are you mistaking avoidance for liberation? Where are you holding back in the name of freedom while secretly feeling scattered, unrooted, incomplete? To go deep is to be free. Because when you stop dancing at the edge of everything and dive fully into something, you stop wondering if there's something better out there. You stop asking, what if, and begin answering, what is. Freedom doesn't live in keeping every door open. It lives in walking through one fully. And once you do, you don't feel confined. You feel held, directed, alive. Leo stayed through the winter, then the spring, and when he finally left, he carried more freedom than he had ever found running, because this time it came from within. Born not of escape, but of immersion. Total commitment had given him the very thing he thought it would take away. In the winding alleyways of Lisbon, where laundry flutters between rooftops and the sea hums softly in the distance, there lived a street musician named Clara. She played the violin each afternoon near the old tram line, her music floating between echoes of footsteps and faded conversations. People passed. Some dropped coins. Some paused for a moment, but most kept walking, their eyes drifting elsewhere. Clara had always wanted to be seen, not just glanced at, but truly seen, felt, known, and so for years she played to be noticed. She wore brighter colors. She learned the songs people liked. She smiled wider than she felt. But the more she tried to capture their attention, the more invisible she seemed to become. Every day she returned to the same corner, hoping today might be different, that someone would stop, really listen, and understand. But instead, the harder she tried, the more the city swallowed her sound, like wind against stone. One afternoon, under a gray sky and with no crowd in sight, Clara stopped performing. She tucked away the practiced tunes and closed her eyes. She played a song she had never shared, a melody her grandmother used to hum when grief hung too heavy in the air. Her bow moved slowly, her breathing slowed. She forgot the street, the people, the need. And that's when something changed. Not in the noise around her, but in the silence within. She no longer needed to be seen. She wasn't seeking approval. She wasn't broadcasting emotion. She was simply being. The music, once crafted for others, had returned to its source, and in that pure expression, something invisible became undeniable. People stopped, not because she demanded attention, but because she no longer needed it. She had become a lighthouse, still grounded, radiant, not because she reached outward, but because she glowed from within. This is the paradox of presence. You become most visible when you no longer crave visibility. When you stop chasing recognition, you begin to embody something that draws others naturally, not out of performance, but out of resonance. When your actions no longer beg to be seen, they start to speak for themselves. Clara didn't become famous that day, but something deeper occurred. A man cried quietly in the corner. A woman recorded her not for likes, but for memory. A child tugged on her mother's coat and whispered, "Listen." She had become a mirror, not a message. Ask yourself, where in your life are you still seeking to be seen as proof that you matter? Where are you shining too hard, hoping someone notices the light? True visibility does not come from volume. It comes from alignment, from the moment you drop the need to be validated and choose instead to be real. When that happens, the world doesn't just look at you, it feels you. And in that feeling, it sees you, not as a role, not as a performer, but as a presence. Quiet, whole, undeniable. In a sun-drenched village on the coast of Morocco, where the wind carried stories between the dunes and the sea, lived a fisherman named Youssef. He was known for his strength, his speed, his way of pulling in the net alone when it took two others to do the same. For years, he was admired, not just for his skill, but for how fiercely he commanded the sea. He threw his net with precision. He fought the waves like an opponent. Every catch was a conquest. He believed that to get anything from life, you had to force it open. But over time, his body began to ache. His nets tore more often. The fish became scarce, or so it seemed. Frustrated, he threw harder, pulled faster, cursed louder, but the sea grew quieter in response. His power felt like it was fading. One evening, worn out and empty-handed, he sat by the water, staring into its stillness. An old man approached, one of the few who still fished with bare hands and gentle movements. "You fight the sea," the old man said, "but the sea never fights you." Youssef laughed bitterly, "And yet it takes everything from me." "No," the old man replied, "you take everything from it. That's why it withholds." The words lingered longer than the waves. That night, Youssef didn't sleep. He thought about all the times he had used force, not just at sea, but in life. In arguments, in ambition, in trying to make things happen on his timeline, in his way. And he began to see the pattern. The more he forced, the more things resisted. The next morning, he did something different. He didn't throw the net. He floated on the boat, quiet. He watched, he waited, he felt, and only when the fish came near did he lower the net, slowly, without tension. He caught more than he had in weeks. This is the paradox hidden beneath the noise of modern striving. True power doesn't come from force. It comes from presence, from alignment, from the energy that doesn't grip, but guides. Force pushes against the world. Power moves with it. When you use force, you create resistance. Even if you win, you lose something in the process. Peace, connection, vitality. But when you drop the need to dominate and start to collaborate with life, everything shifts. People soften. Opportunities arrive. The sea of your circumstances begins to flow again. Youssef still fished, but never the same way. His hands grew lighter, his nets stronger, his catches fuller, not because he grew tougher, but because he grew wiser. He no longer pulled at life. He invited it. Ask yourself, where are you using force to get what presence could bring instead? Where are you tightening your grip, believing it will hold things together, when in truth, it's the release that allows things to move? Your real power begins not when you press harder, but when you trust deeper, and from that place the world begins to meet you with its own quiet strength. In the deep forests of northern Thailand, where orchids grow wild and rivers speak in whispers, there lived a monk named Surya, who tended to a garden behind the monastery. It wasn't large, but it was alive, teeming with color, balance, and quiet care. Villagers came often, not for blessings or answers, but to walk the garden path he kept so lovingly. They said it felt like the garden knew them, like it wasn't just planted, but felt. Yet, despite his care, Surya never spoke of the garden with pride. He never named a flower as his favorite, nor mourned when one withered. He gave everything to its growth, yet held none of it tightly. One afternoon, a young traveler arrived, eager to learn the secret behind the monk's peace. He asked what mantra Surya used, what meditation he practiced, what philosophy he followed. Surya smiled and handed him a broom. "Sweep the garden path," he said. The traveler obeyed, trying his best. But with every gust of wind, the leaves scattered again. Frustrated, he kept sweeping harder, faster, more aggressively, determined to make the path perfect. After an hour, Surya returned. The traveler sighed, defeated. "I can't keep it clean. It won't stay how I want it." Surya knelt beside him and gently said, "That's because you're trying to own the outcome. Sweep with care, but let the leaves fall where they may." The traveler stared in silence. In that single moment he saw it, the paradox at the heart of peace. That true connection, whether to a garden, a person, or a life, comes not from control but from reverent detachment. We are taught to hold on tightly, to love by clinging, to care by managing, to protect by possessing, but in doing so, we strangle the very things we hope to nurture. Detachment is not disconnection, it is devotion without dependency. It is the kind of love that remains open-handed, that gives fully, but does not collapse if the giving is not returned. Surya loved his garden, but he didn't need it to stay a certain way to feel fulfilled. That was his power. He poured his energy into it, and when the rain washed away the blossoms, he simply began again, not in apathy, but in trust. This is the highest connection, to give your whole heart, but not chain your peace to how things unfold. To show up fully, yet know when to let go. In that space, you don't lose closeness, you deepen it. You stop grasping and start witnessing. You stop needing and start knowing. Ask yourself, where are you mistaking control for care? Where are you holding so tightly that nothing can breathe? The most sacred bonds aren't forged in force. They are grown in freedom. Detachment does not weaken your connection, it refines it. What stays, stays because it chooses to. What leaves, leaves with grace. And you remain rooted, not in possession, but in presence. That is where the true connection lives. Untouched, unshaken, unbound. In a quiet fishing village at the edge of the Norwegian Sea, there lived a woman named Freya, who captained a small boat passed down through generations. Her father taught her the tides, her mother taught her the skies, and the sea. Well, the sea taught her everything else. Freya believed, as her ancestors did, that a leader must always chart the way. She rose early, studied the maps, chose the routes, and commanded her crew with clarity. Her boat never strayed, her orders were precise. And yet something began to shift. The fish became scarce. Storms came sooner. Her crew, once filled with laughter, grew silent. And though her compass pointed north, her heart felt lost. One morning, with fog blanketing the bay, Freya set out alone. No map, no plan, just the breath of the wind and the hush of the water. She let the boat drift without direction, listened to the sea instead of instructing it, followed the pull of currents she could not see. Hours passed. Then, in a cove she had never visited before, the water shimmered with life. Fish danced beneath the surface, birds circled overhead. The ocean, it seemed, had led her where her mind never would. That day she understood what all her years of leadership had missed. You don't lead by controlling the direction. You lead by sensing the movement. The best path is rarely the one you plan. It's the one that reveals itself when you're still enough to feel it. We are taught that leaders must always know the way, speak the loudest, and stay ahead. But the truth is quieter, softer. Leadership is not about pushing, it's about listening. It's not about forging your will. It's about aligning with what already wants to move through. Freya returned to her crew with a different energy. She no longer barked commands. She asked questions. She watched the sky. She let the ocean inform her choices. And the crew followed, not because she held authority, but because she held attunement. Her presence became the compass, not her plans. They trusted her not because she always knew, but because she had learned to flow with what knew more than she ever could. Ask yourself, where are you trying to lead from force instead of flow? Where are you gripping the wheel when the current already knows the way? You only truly lead when you first follow. Follow the rhythm of what's real. Follow the signals beneath the surface. Follow the unseen path unfolding under your feet. It requires humility, receptivity, a deep trust in something beyond control. Freya still sails the same waters, but she no longer fears the unknown, because she knows now that the sea is not something to conquer, it is something to cooperate with. And when she follows its flow, it always carries her exactly where she needs to go. Without resistance, without noise, just presence, just truth. That is leadership. The kind that guides without gripping, the kind that moves worlds. In a windswept village perched above the cliffs of Ireland, where fog blanketed the mornings like a secret too sacred to speak, there lived a weaver named Cian. He worked with hands that moved like prayer, spinning wool into patterns passed down through centuries. But in his heart, he doubted. He doubted the legends his grandmother told, doubted the signs, doubted the whispers of intuition that stirred when the wind changed. He believed in what he could see, touch, measure, and so, even though his craft came from something deeper, he dismissed it as skill, nothing more. One evening he sat by the fire, tangled in a new design he couldn't seem to finish. No matter how he arranged the threads, it never felt right. He undid the pattern again and again, his mind searching for logic where only feeling could guide. Frustrated, he threw the loom aside. That night he dreamt of his grandmother weaving under moonlight, smiling without words. Her fingers moved without hesitation, as if the cloth was revealing itself to her, not the other way around. When he woke, something had softened. He returned to the loom, but this time he didn't plan. He didn't second guess. He trusted the next movement, the next color, the next turn of thread, and the pattern emerged, whole, unexpected, beautiful. He couldn't explain how, but he knew it came not from proof, but from presence. This is the quiet law that hums beneath all creation. The more you trust, the less you need proof, because proof is the demand of a mind that cannot yet feel, but trust that belongs to the heart, to the soul, to the part of you that already knows. Cian didn't gain new skill. He simply dropped the barrier of disbelief, and once he did, life moved through him like a current. The design that had evaded him for weeks was finished in hours. People came to see it not for its symmetry, but for its soul. You've been taught to wait for evidence before you believe, but the most profound shifts happen in reverse. You believe first, you trust first, and then the world arranges itself around that certainty. Trust doesn't mean ignoring reality. It means choosing to see more than what's visible. It means walking even when the path is foggy, speaking even when the voice trembles, creating even when no one is watching. Because trust is the bridge between what is and what wants to be. Ask yourself, where are you hesitating because proof hasn't arrived? Where are you waiting to feel safe before you take the next step? The truth is, proof often shows up after trust, after the leap, after the thread has already begun to weave something you cannot yet name. Trust doesn't follow the evidence. It precedes the miracle. And the moment you stop demanding to see before you believe, the world begins to reveal itself in ways you never thought possible, not to the eyes, but to the soul. In the bustling streets of Marrakesh, where colors bloom louder than voices and spices hang like stories in the air, lived a merchant named Rami who dealt in fine silk. His shop was small but filled with rich fabrics that shimmered like sunlight through stained glass. Rami guarded his silks carefully. He priced them high, folded them tight, and only let trusted buyers touch them. He believed value came from scarcity, that giving too much would lead to loss. And so, though he had beautiful things, his shop often felt quiet. People admired, then passed by. His shelves were full, but his soul felt empty. One afternoon, a woman with tired eyes and rough hands entered his store. She ran her fingers gently over the silks and whispered, "These feel like stories I've forgotten." She had no coins, just a small woven pouch and a broken smile. Rami turned away, unwilling to part with even a scrap. But as she reached the door, something stirred in him, a memory of his mother mending clothes with threads given to her in kindness, a time when giving was a form of survival. He called her back, cut a piece of golden silk, and placed it gently in her hands. She wept, not from the gift, but from the way it was given. Days passed. The woman returned, not to ask for more, but with friends, neighbors, travelers. They came not for the silk, but for the heart behind it. His shop began to glow with life. Not just sales, but stories. Not just transactions, but transformation. Rami learned what he had once feared to believe. You have to give to keep. That what you hoard turns hollow, but what you share multiplies. Not always in the way you expect, but in the way your soul needs. The universe is not a ledger, it is a living field. When you hold tightly, you block its current. When you give freely, generously, with trust, you become part of that current. What you give is never lost. It circulates, evolves, and returns. Sometimes not through the same door, but always in some form, at the perfect time. Giving doesn't diminish you, it defines you, because you are not what you own, you are what flows through you. Rami still sells silk, but now he offers tea too. He listens, he gives without tallying, and his wealth is measured not in coins, but in warmth. He keeps more by giving more, not because the math changed, but because he did. Ask yourself, where are you gripping so tightly that nothing new can enter? What are you trying to keep that only wants to grow through giving? To keep anything, love, peace, abundance, you must be willing to release it. Because in that release, you make room for more, not more stuff, more life, more connection, more truth. Giving is not the loss of something, it is the beginning of becoming someone, and that is something you never lose. In the golden streets of Seville, where guitar strings hum through twilight and orange trees perfume the air, lived a young artist named Lucia. Her work was vibrant, full of soul, painted in long nights and quiet longing. But Lucia had a habit. She said yes to everything, every commission, every invitation, every request to collaborate, no matter how far it pulled her from her truth. She feared that saying no would close doors, offend others, stall her path. So she painted pieces that didn't move her, attended events that drained her, and bit her tongue to keep the peace. Slowly, the color began to fade, not just from her paintings, but from her spirit. One morning, her mentor, an older sculptor with hands like stone and eyes like fire, visited her studio. He looked around and said softly, "Your gift is loud, but your voice is missing." Lucia looked down. "I'm afraid to disappoint," she said. The sculptor reached into his pocket and handed her a stone with a crack running through it. "This broke when I tried to shape it into what it wasn't," he said. "Now it holds light." Then he left. That evening, Lucia sat with a canvas she had agreed to paint for someone else's idea. She stared at it for a long time, then set it aside. The next day, she declined the commission. Her voice trembled, but her heart steadied. She said no, not in defiance, but in devotion. And then something opened. In the silence that followed, her own vision returned. She painted with freedom, with clarity, with depth she hadn't touched in years. Days later, a collector walked in, drawn by something he couldn't name. He bought 3 of her original pieces, not because they were perfect, but because they were true. This is the paradox. Saying no unlocks the yes. Every yes you give out of fear or obligation dilutes the yes that is meant to shape your life. You cannot walk your true path if your time, energy, and attention are spent walking everyone else's. Lucia didn't lose opportunities when she said no. She made room for the right ones, ones that fit, ones that felt. Her no wasn't rejection, it was refinement. A way of whispering to the world, I know who I am. You don't need to be available to everyone to be valuable. In fact, the more honest you are with your no, the more powerful your yes becomes. Because it comes from alignment, not approval, from clarity, not fear. Ask yourself, where are you saying yes to stay liked, safe, or needed? What parts of you are waiting behind the door of a no you're afraid to speak? When you learn to say no with love, you give yourself back to yourself. And in that return, the real yes appears. Quiet, strong, unmistakable, not to please others, but to honor the path that only you can walk. In the mist-covered hills of Bhutan, where prayer flags flutter like whispered intentions in the wind, lived a calligrapher named Tenzin. His work was revered not just for its beauty, but for its stillness. Each character he brushed carried weight, as though the ink itself had listened before it landed. Yet in his personal life, Tenzin struggled. He found himself caught in the thick fog of uncertainty, whether to marry, whether to leave the monastery, whether to pursue a teaching offer from far away. His mind raced, looping endlessly. He sat longer in meditation, fasted, wrote pages of reflection, but the more he tried to solve the confusion, the more it deepened, like walking in a circle through dense cloud. One day, frustrated, he abandoned his brush and wandered into the forest. The path vanished beneath his feet. He didn't know where he was going, and for once, he didn't try to figure it out. He stopped thinking. He just walked. The wind pressed against his skin. The earth crackled beneath fallen leaves. A river murmured nearby, and he followed it, not to find an answer, but to listen to something older than his mind. Hours passed. And then clarity came, not as a voice, not as a revelation, but as a soft knowing. He didn't need to choose everything right now. He just needed to stop forcing, stop analyzing, stop trying to make the fog disappear. The path would show itself in time. His confusion was not failure. It was a sacred pause, a necessary unraveling before a deeper alignment. This is the quiet truth most resist. Clarity often arises from the very place we're trying to escape, confusion. We are taught to fear not knowing, to push through the fog with logic and control. But sometimes the fog is not the obstacle, it's the invitation. Confusion is not a sign that you are lost. It's a sign that your old framework is dissolving to make space for something more true. Tenzin returned to his studio, not with answers, but with peace. He picked up his brush again and painted not for certainty, but for presence. In time, the decisions that once haunted him began to sort themselves, not because he forced them, but because he allowed them to arrive. You don't find clarity by thinking harder. You find it by softening into the questions, by letting confusion be what it is, a teacher in disguise. The mind wants clean lines and immediate direction, but the soul works differently. It reveals in layers, in timing, in stillness. Ask yourself, where are you mistaking confusion for failure? Where are you trying to push clarity out of the soil before its roots have formed? The fog will lift, not because you demand it, but because you trust it. Let the unknown be a landscape you walk through slowly, because within the haze, something is forming. And when it clears, you'll see what you couldn't have known before, something truer, something deeper, something only confusion could lead you to. In the rolling valleys of Nepal, where clouds rest low on the shoulders of mountains and time seems to breathe instead of tick, lived a man named Arun. He was once a soldier, disciplined, respected, and known for his resilience. After the war, he returned to his village with medals on his chest, but turmoil in his heart. He built walls around his emotions, told no stories, and carried the weight of survival like a shield he could never set down. People admired his strength, but no one knew how tightly he was holding himself together. He believed that surrender was weakness, that to soften was to fall apart. So he clenched harder, smiled when it hurt, pressed on when everything inside him begged to rest. But the body remembers what the mind refuses. One morning, while walking the edge of a rice field, his knees buckled beneath him without warning. He collapsed, not from injury, but from everything he had held too long. A passing farmer saw him and offered no words, only sat beside him in silence. The quiet didn't demand an explanation. It allowed space. For the first time, Arun let the tears come, not a trickle, but waves. He didn't know what he was crying for, loss, guilt, exhaustion, all of it. He only knew he was tired of carrying it alone. In that surrender, something shifted, not outside him, but within. The strength he had prided himself on, the grit, the endurance, had kept him alive. But it wasn't what would allow him to truly live. That kind of strength came only when he stopped trying to be strong. This is the paradox that reshapes everything. True strength is not found in how tightly you hold on, but in how fully you can let go. To surrender is not to collapse. It is to open, to lay down the illusion of control and stand naked in the truth of what is. In that space, the real power emerges, the kind that doesn't break when bent, the kind that doesn't fear being seen. Arun began to change, not overnight, but gently. He spoke of his pain, he asked for help. He began working with young boys in the village, not as a warrior, but as a mentor. He taught them not just to be strong, but to be kind, not just to stand tall, but to know when to kneel. You don't lose yourself in surrender. You meet yourself there, because when the armor falls, what remains is not weakness, but the truth of your being, untouched, undiminished, whole. Ask yourself, where are you still trying to be strong for others, for yourself, for a version of you that no longer fits? What would happen if you let go, not of responsibility, but of resistance? Surrender is not the end of strength. It is its beginning. It is where the heart breathes again, the body rests, and the soul rises, not from effort, but from essence. And from that place, nothing can break you, because you've stopped fighting yourself. In a desert monastery near the edge of Petra, carved into sandstone and silence, lived a scholar named Nadir, who had memorized thousands of verses from sacred texts. His walls were lined with scrolls, his shelves heavy with knowledge passed down through centuries. He spoke with authority, answered questions with ease, and was revered by pilgrims who came seeking clarity. But late at night, when the crowds dispersed and the candles flickered low, Nadir sat alone with a gnawing emptiness. The more he learned, the less he felt. His mind was full, but his heart felt distant from the truth he taught. He knew everything, yet nothing moved him. One day, an old traveler arrived, with nothing but a torn robe and a walking stick worn smooth from years of use. He asked no questions. He requested no answers. He simply asked to sit. For days he watched the wind stir the sand and listened to the silence between prayers. Nadir grew curious. "Why do you come?" he asked, "if not to learn?" The traveler smiled. "I came to forget." Nadir was puzzled. "Forget what?" The traveler placed his hand gently over his chest. "Everything I was taught that silenced this." That night, Nadir didn't read. He didn't recite. He sat. At first, the silence was sharp. Thoughts pulled at him like thorns, each one tied to a concept, a theory, a teaching. But slowly, something loosened. His mind, so used to organizing the world, grew quiet, and in that stillness he felt something he hadn't in years, a soft knowing, not a fact, but a truth, not from the scrolls, but from within. This is the paradox few ever dare to consider. To truly know, you must forget, not abandon wisdom, but release the grip of certainty. The mind collects, but the soul reveals, and the soul only speaks when the noise of knowing subsides. Nadir began to walk differently through the monastery. He greeted the silence like an old friend. He no longer rushed to answer questions. He asked more than he spoke. And in that unlearning, he remembered, not what he'd read, but what he had always known, before the doctrines, before the definitions, before the need to prove. You don't access truth by stacking more knowledge. You access it by clearing the space beneath it. The answers you seek are not far. They are hidden under everything you've been told they should be. The most profound clarity arrives not through accumulation, but through surrender. Ask yourself, what are you still clinging to because it makes you feel certain? What would happen if you let it go, not to become ignorant, but to become available? To know is to return, to become the sky again, not the map of stars drawn upon it. Forget what you think you need to know, and in that forgetting, something ancient and quiet will rise, not from study, but from stillness, and it will whisper, at last, the truth you already are. In a bamboo hut beside a slow-moving river in Laos, a potter named Dara spent her days shaping clay into vessels that seemed to hum with quiet life. Her touch was delicate, her attention deep, and yet lately, her hands had grown restless. Orders were piling up. Expectations grew louder. She pushed herself harder, working through the nights, skipping her morning walks, sacrificing rest in the name of momentum. But the more she hurried, the more mistakes appeared. The clay cracked, the forms collapsed. Her breath turned shallow, her thoughts louder. She told herself that she needed to push through it, that progress meant movement. One afternoon, after another pot collapsed in her hands, she threw the lump of clay across the room and stepped outside. The river was still, its surface glass-like, reflecting the sky without effort. She watched the current, barely moving, yet always flowing. Birds glided without flapping. Leaves drifted downstream without struggle. The world was progressing without rushing. She sat by the water exhausted and did nothing, not out of rebellion, but out of surrender. An hour passed, then two, and in that stillness something inside her shifted. The noise dulled, her breath softened, her hands relaxed. She wasn't producing, but something was happening, a recalibration, a return. When she rose, she didn't feel behind. She felt renewed. The next morning, Dara entered her workshop slowly. She didn't race to the wheel. She moved with the rhythm of her breath. And the first pot she shaped came out smoother than anything she'd made in weeks. Not because she worked harder, but because she stopped long enough to let her energy find its depth again. This is the paradox most never learn. Progress happens in stillness. Growth doesn't always look like motion. It often looks like rest, like quiet, like stepping back so something deeper can step forward. We live in a world addicted to movement, where stillness is mistaken for stagnation. But the truth is, the most vital changes often happen beneath the surface, in the pause between actions, in the silence between thoughts. The seed does not grow faster when you pull at it. It grows in darkness, in stillness, in surrender to its own timing. Dara still works, still creates, but now she builds pauses into her day like prayers. She understands that her art is not just in the forming of the clay, but in the space between the turns of the wheel. That her progress is not measured by output, but by alignment. Ask yourself, where are you mistaking busyness for movement? Where are you racing past the very pause that would reveal the path? Stillness is not the opposite of progress. It is its soil. The place where ideas root, where clarity gathers, where exhaustion dissolves. Be still, not to stop, but to prepare, Because when you rise again, it will not be from pressure, it will be from power, quiet, centered, undeniable. In the rice terraces of northern Vietnam, where emerald steps kiss the clouds, and time seems to slow with each sunrise, lived a man named Min who constantly dreamed of a better tomorrow. He spoke often of the life he would one day build, the home on higher ground, the orchard he would plant, the peace he would finally feel when everything was in place. Every day he worked with determination, but his eyes were always on the horizon. He believed that if he sacrificed enough of the present, the future would reward him. Yet somehow, the future always stayed out of reach. One morning, as he was planting saplings in a new field, Min injured his hand. The pain forced him to stop working, and for the first time in years, he was left with nothing to do. He sat in the grass, frustrated, watching others move around him. His mind, conditioned to chase what was next, grew restless. But the land didn't rush. The clouds moved slowly. A dragonfly landed near his knee, and something within him stilled. He began to notice things he had long overlooked: the warmth of the earth, the softness of the wind, the way the water shimmered when touched by light. The now, which he had treated like a toll to be paid on the road to later, had a quiet depth he had never met before. And then something surprising happened. He began to feel peace, not because the future had arrived, but because he had. This is the forgotten truth so few are taught. The future is not waiting ahead of you, it is blooming beneath your feet. The doorway to what you seek isn't hidden in the next month or year. It opens in the moment you stop rushing to arrive. Because everything you desire, joy, clarity, direction, only becomes available when you are fully present. Min's healing took weeks, but during that time, he became more connected to his land, his family, his own spirit than he had in years. He started each day by walking through the terraces barefoot, not to get somewhere, but to feel. He laughed more, listened more, and when his hand recovered, he no longer moved from urgency. He moved from alignment. The irony was unmistakable. Only when he stopped chasing the future did he begin to create it, not through control, but through presence. Ask yourself, where are you postponing life in the name of building a better one? Where are you sacrificing your moments as if they are empty coins to be traded for some imagined reward? The future isn't a distant point you must reach. It is the harvest of the seeds you plant now, with your attention, your breath, your care. To live fully now is not to abandon your dreams. It is to become the version of you that can receive them. Because when you are here, truly here, the future doesn't need to be found. It finds you, quietly, naturally, right on time. In the vast open stretches of the Mongolian steppe, where the sky seems to have no edge and the wind speaks in endless verses, there lived a horseman named Altan, who believed that freedom meant never being bound. He galloped from camp to camp, never staying long, never attaching, never accepting help. He avoided fences, refused maps, and slept wherever the stars allowed. People admired his wild spirit, but they also noticed something else: a deep exhaustion behind his eyes. For all his talk of freedom, Altan was always chasing it, and the more he outran rules, expectations, and boundaries, the less peace he found. One winter, a sudden snowstorm forced him to take shelter with an elder in a small wooden yurt. The old man, slow and grounded, offered him tea and warmth without questions. For 3 days, the storm howled outside, trapping them within walls Altan would never have chosen. He paced, fidgeted, complained. "I was not meant for small spaces," he said. The elder smiled. "Then you have never been still long enough to discover how vast they are." At first, Altan scoffed, but as the fire crackled and the wind howled, he grew quiet. He began to listen. The yurt was small, yes, but within it, stories were shared, songs were sung, bread was broken, and something unexpected began to happen. He felt more spacious than he ever had beneath the open sky. not because he could go anywhere, but because he was finally present where he was. This is the paradox hidden beneath every restless heart. To be limitless, you must accept limits, not as restrictions, but as containers, as portals to depth. We're taught to believe that freedom means saying yes to everything, running from anything that confines. But true freedom isn't found in escape. It's found in devotion, in staying long enough with one thing to be changed by it. Altan eventually left the yurt, but he rode differently after that. He no longer galloped past moments. He built a small camp of his own. He accepted help. He honored commitments, and instead of feeling trapped, he felt anchored. The sky had not shrunk. His spirit had expanded. You don't become infinite by rejecting limits. You become infinite by meeting them fully, by going deep instead of wide, by realizing that a boundary is not a wall, it's a shape, a form, a structure that allows your energy to focus and transform. Ask yourself, where are you still resisting the edges of your life? Where are you running from the very thing that could deepen you? To be limitless is not to dissolve all boundaries. It is to love them so completely that they open. Because the moment you accept your limits, they begin to reveal their hidden doors. And through those doors, you step not into confinement, but into your true capacity, the kind that cannot be measured by space, but only by presence. In the heart of the Sahara, where silence is as vast as the sky and the dunes breathe in slow motion, lived a man named Idris, who wandered from oasis to oasis trading spices and stories. His satchel was always full, dates, coins, scrolls, small treasures from every corner of the desert. He believed abundance was something you carried, something you could count, store, or display. The more he had, the more secure he felt. Yet beneath his careful preparation, he often felt weighed down. His back ached, his spirit dimmed. He was always busy managing, protecting, organizing his belongings, but rarely felt the ease he thought they would bring. One day, while crossing a particularly harsh stretch of desert, a sudden sandstorm forced him to seek shelter behind a dune. In his panic, he dropped his satchel. The storm buried it. He searched for hours, digging, pleading with the wind. But it was gone. His food, his money, his wares, everything vanished beneath the sand. Alone, with nothing but the clothes on his body and the sky above him, he sat in despair. But then something unexpected happened. With no things to guard, his attention shifted. He felt the wind on his skin, the warmth of the sand, the pulse of his breath. He noticed the curve of the horizon, the song of distant birds, the quiet miracle of simply being alive. That night he slept more deeply than he had in years. He dreamt not of loss, but of space, not of hunger, but of peace. In the days that followed, strangers found him. A shepherd shared his bread. A caravan offered him water. A child gifted him a small stone shaped like a crescent moon. With nothing to give in return, Idris could only receive. And for the first time, he did so without guilt. He began to understand that abundance wasn't what he held in his hands. It was what he made room for, what flowed to him when he no longer clung to what he thought he needed. This is the paradox hidden beneath all striving. Abundance begins in emptiness, not in accumulation, but in release, in the clearing of space that allows something new, something unexpected to enter. We are taught to fill, to gather, to hold on tightly, but the universe pours most generously into open vessels, into hands that are not grasping, into hearts that are not crammed with fear. True wealth is not about more, it is about spaciousness, about trust. Idris returned to his travels, but differently. His satchel was lighter now. He carried only what served. He walked slower, and somehow, the more space he left, the more gifts arrived. Not always material, but always meaningful. Ask yourself, where are you so full that nothing new can reach you? What are you holding that's keeping abundance at bay? When you dare to empty, you don't become poor. You become ready, ready to receive not what you planned, but what your soul has been quietly calling in all along. In the lush valleys of Bali, where the air smells of incense and rain, lived a woman named Annika, who owned a small flower shop tucked beneath a banyan tree. Her arrangements were known for their quiet magic, bouquets that made people weep, garlands that seemed to hum with life. But behind the fragrance and color, Annika lived in a quiet fear of losing what she had built. She kept every petal that fell, every leftover stem, every broken bloom. Her storeroom overflowed with what could be used one day. Each time she tried to throw something away, a whisper inside said, "What if you need it later?" So she kept collecting, saving, holding on, and slowly her space became heavy, her joy became cramped, her inspiration dulled beneath the clutter of what she couldn't let go. One morning, the roof began to leak from a night of hard rain. Water trickled down the walls, soaking the boxes stacked high in her storeroom. She rushed in, trying to salvage what she could, but most of it was ruined. The petals were soggy, the stems rotted. She collapsed to the floor, surrounded by the very things she thought she needed, now turned to waste. But in the silence that followed, something inside her gave way. She began to clear the room, not just the ruined pieces, but all of it. The boxes, the scraps, the shelves, everything she had stored for just in case. And when she was done, there was nothing left but light, empty space, breath. That week, her shop felt different, brighter. Her hands moved freely, her mind opened. Without trying, she began creating new arrangements, bolder, more alive than before. Customers noticed, strangers wandered in. A local gallery asked her to install a living floral sculpture. Invitations arrived without effort. Abundance flowed in, but not because she chased it, because she made room for it. This is the law few dare to trust. The more you release, the more arrives. We cling, thinking we are preserving, but in clinging, we block the flow. The universe responds not to hoarding, but to openness, to the soul that trusts enough to empty its hands. Annika didn't lose her business when she let go. She found it again, not beneath the clutter, but in the space she was once afraid to face. Ask yourself, what are you holding that no longer serves, but feels too familiar to release? What blessings might be waiting just beyond the space you're afraid to clear? Life cannot fill what is already full, and it cannot pour into hands clenched around what once mattered, but now weighs you down. When you release, not in despair, but in devotion, you become a vessel again. And in that vessel, life begins to pour, not a trickle, but a flood, not a reward, but a response, release. And watch what arrives, not because you forced it, but because you finally made room for it to find you. In the quiet alleys of Kyoto, where wooden doors slide open to gardens hidden from the street, there lived an old man named Ren, who swept the temple grounds every morning before the monks stirred. He was not a monk, not a teacher, not anyone of title or reputation. No one asked his name, no one recorded his story. He came before sunrise, swept the stones, tended the lanterns, and disappeared before the world woke. Yet somehow peace followed wherever he walked. Children bowed to him, travelers paused when they passed him, and the monks, though trained in silence, felt their thoughts soften when he was near. One morning, a visitor arrived, an author known for his essays on enlightenment. He had interviewed sages, sat with lamas, and was now searching for the final teacher who would complete his journey. He noticed Ren sweeping near the garden's edge and felt something shift in the air. Curious, he approached and asked, "Who trained you?" Ren looked up with gentle eyes. "The broom," he said, and continued sweeping. Confused, the writer asked the monks about him. They only smiled. "He is nobody," one said. "That's why the wind listens when he walks." It unsettled the writer. He had spent his life gathering names, sitting beside people with titles, chasing meaning in the loud corners of the spiritual world. But this man, nameless and unassuming, radiated something the others never had: presence without performance, clarity without claim. That evening, the writer sat with Ren by the koi pond. He asked no more questions. He just listened. And in that shared silence, something within him unraveled, not in fear, but in freedom. The need to be someone dissolved, the desire to be known quieted. And for a moment he felt what Ren carried so effortlessly, the power of being nobody. This is the paradox most avoid. You're most powerful when you're nobody, when you're not trying to be impressive, not trying to stand out, not carrying the weight of who you're supposed to be. In that space, your energy becomes clean, pure, potent. Ren didn't need a title to shape the space around him. He didn't need recognition to matter. He mattered because he was present, because his identity didn't get in the way of his essence. Ask yourself, where are you still trying to be someone in order to feel worthy? What would happen if you let go of needing to be known, praised, remembered? When you stop trying to be somebody, you become real. And in that realness, the world responds, not to your image, but to your truth. Ren never wrote a book. He never gave a speech. But those who crossed his path left changed, not because of what he taught, but because of what he no longer needed to be. That is the quietest kind of power, the kind that doesn't rise through hierarchy, but flows through humility. And in that humility, the divine finds a home. In the coastal town of Amalfi, where the sea glows like melted glass and conversations drift like the tide, there lived a photographer named Luca. His work captured something people couldn't explain, moments that felt like memories from a dream, colors that whispered emotions rather than shouting them. He never staged his shots. He simply waited, watched, melted into the backdrop like a shadow. People often asked how he managed to photograph such raw, intimate truth. He would only smile and say, "I become the space around the subject." At first, this puzzled his apprentices. They studied composition, light, angle. They memorized techniques and chased perfection, but their photos always felt slightly off, technically sound, but lifeless. One day, Luca took them to a bustling square and gave no instructions. He simply said, "Don't look for the moment. Let the moment look for you." Then he disappeared, blending into the crowd, unnoticed, unseen. Hours passed. When he returned, he had captured an old man smiling at his coffee, a child feeding birds, a couple exchanging glances so subtle it could be missed in a blink. Each photo held a stillness, a truth. He explained, "Presence expands when you disappear, not by vanishing from life, but by removing the need to be seen, to be important, to be the center." This is the paradox most overlook. We are taught to show up louder, to make our mark, to leave our imprint, but often our presence becomes most powerful when we step back, when we stop inserting ourselves into the moment and simply allow the moment to unfold. True presence doesn't come from performance, it comes from permission. The permission we give life to move freely, without our ego trying to shape it. Luca's power was not in directing the scene, but in dissolving into it. When he no longer needed to matter, his energy became a doorway instead of a wall. People relaxed in his presence because they felt no expectation, no pressure, just space. And in that space, something real emerged. Presence is not about being the loudest voice in the room. It's about becoming the silence that makes others feel heard. It's not about being unforgettable. It's about making others remember themselves more clearly when they're around you. Ask yourself, where are you still trying to prove your value through visibility? What would happen if, just for a while, you let yourself disappear into the moment, into the task, into the breath? When you disappear, not from life, but from the grip of your own self-image, something extraordinary happens. Your awareness sharpens, your heart opens, your presence fills the room, not with noise, but with stillness. And in that stillness, others feel safe enough to show up too. That's when life begins to move through you, not around you. Not because you demanded attention, but because you became the one place where everything else could finally be seen. In a monastery carved into the cliffs of Meteora, where mist hung like breath between the stones and eagles soared silently through ancient air, lived a monk named Elias who rarely spoke. He was known for his calm presence, the way storms seemed to pass around him without shaking his gaze. Young monks often asked him for advice on how to control their thoughts, how to manifest peace, how to shape their lives with certainty. But Elias never offered instructions. He would only nod and invite them to sit in silence beside him as he gazed out at the valley below. For years he had watched the seasons pass, the trees bloom and wither, the river swell and recede. He didn't judge the wind for changing or the sky for darkening. He simply observed. And in that observation he discovered something profound. What you do not become entangled with cannot control you. When Elias was younger, he fought his thoughts like enemies. He tried to force calm, to defeat fear, to overpower sadness with prayer and discipline. But the more he tried to control the mind, the louder it became. Until one day, sitting in the chapel long after the candles had burned out, he simply stopped. He didn't resist the thoughts. He didn't feed them either. He just watched. And slowly, like a fire left unfed, the noise began to fade. He realized he was not the thoughts. He was the one who saw them. This is the secret most never discover. You master reality not by controlling it, but by witnessing it. You stop being a puppet pulled by reaction and become the still space that sees clearly. The witness does not resist. The witness does not cling. The witness observes, and in that observation there is liberation. Elias no longer tried to shape the world. He simply met it, fully, quietly, and the world began to soften around him. The young monks who sat beside him began to notice their own minds differently. They saw how quickly they got caught in stories, how often they confused what happened with what they believed it meant. Elias never told them what to think. He showed them how to see. Reality bends not to effort, but to awareness. What you watch without judgment begins to shift, not because you forced it, but because you stopped feeding it with your resistance. You gain power not by clenching your fist around life, but by opening your palm and watching it move. Ask yourself, where are you still fighting what you could simply observe? Where are you mistaking engagement for mastery? To master reality is to remember who you are behind the thoughts, beneath the emotions, beyond the roles. You are not the storm. You are the sky it moves through. And the moment you return to the witness, the illusion of chaos dissolves. What remains is clarity, stillness, power, not from control but from presence. In the deserts of southern Jordan, near the edges of ancient stone carved by time and wind, lived a nomad named Farid, who was once a merchant known across kingdoms. His life had been built on achievement, wealth, titles, recognition. He was the man people bowed to, the one whose name opened doors. But after a betrayal from someone he trusted, his empire unraveled. His wealth vanished, and with it, his identity. In shame, he left the city and wandered into the emptiness of the desert, believing he had lost everything. In truth, he was about to find something far greater. At first, he clung to the remnants of who he had been. He recited his accomplishments to strangers, reminded himself of the empire he once led. But in the silence of the dunes, there was no audience, no applause. The sand didn't care who he had been. The stars didn't blink for his name. And so, day by day, the mask began to crack. One evening, seated by a fire under an endless sky, Farid broke. He wept, not from grief, but from release. The version of himself he had worked so hard to maintain finally dissolved. There was nothing left to prove, no image left to defend. In that moment, something ancient stirred within him, not power, not pride, just presence. This is the paradox that few ever dare to meet. The more you die to self, the more life awakens. Not the death of the body, but the death of the image, the ego, the role, the tightly held identity we mistake for truth. We spend so much of life constructing a self, then suffer when it cracks. But the cracking is the blessing. It is the opening through which the real light enters. Farid stayed in the desert for months. He stopped introducing himself with stories. He began to listen more, help more, laugh more, not with the confidence of someone admired, but with the freedom of someone no longer needing to be. And in that simplicity, people began to seek him, not for trade, but for wisdom. They called him the quiet flame, not because he burned with ambition, but because something glowed in him that couldn't be taught, only remembered. When the self falls away, what remains is life, unfiltered, unburdened, awake. You stop seeing through the lens of me and start witnessing from the stillness that exists before identity. It is from that place that compassion flows. Creativity returns. Peace emerges. Not because you achieved something, but because you shed what was never truly you. Ask yourself what parts of you are clinging to identity out of fear. What would happen if you let them go, not in loss, but in love? To die to self is not to disappear. It is to dissolve into something greater. And from that space, life doesn't begin. It reveals that it was always here, waiting for the moment you stopped trying to be someone and allowed yourself to simply be. In a cabin nestled deep within the forests of northern Canada, where the snow falls like whispers and the trees creak like old memories, lived a woman named Elara who had chosen isolation. After a painful separation and a series of disappointments that hollowed her spirit, she retreated from the world. At first, it felt like freedom. No more expectations, no more noise, no more pretending. But as the days turned to weeks and the silence grew thick, something else emerged: loneliness. A shadow that followed her through the woods, sat beside her at meals, curled up with her at night. She had left behind people, but something inside her still longed to be seen. She tried to distract herself, reading, chores, firewood, recipes, but the ache remained. It wasn't just the absence of others, it was the fear that without someone there she didn't quite exist, that her value came from being reflected by another's gaze. And so she wandered one morning into the forest, seeking something she couldn't name, a sign, a shift, a voice. Instead, she found stillness, and she sat beneath a pine tree, knees drawn to her chest, breath turning white in the cold air. And for the first time, she didn't run from the quiet. She let it press against her. She let it speak. What it said wasn't loud, but it was clear. You're not lonely. You're just not used to being with yourself. That moment cracked something open. She began to listen, not to the wind, but to the parts of her she had silenced for years. Regret, longing, beauty, depth, the fullness of her own company. This is the hidden truth the world never tells you. You're never truly alone until you embrace solitude. As long as you resist it, it becomes isolation. But the moment you meet it willingly, it transforms. It becomes a mirror, a teacher, a sanctuary. Elara stopped trying to fill the silence. She walked with it, cooked with it, laughed with it. And as the months passed, something unexpected happened. She no longer felt alone. The trees became companions. The wind felt like an old friend. And most importantly, she began to feel herself, not as a role, not as someone waiting to be loved, but as someone already whole. You can be surrounded by people and still feel alone, or you can be deep in solitude and feel completely held. The difference is not in presence or absence. It's in relationship. First with yourself, then with the world. Ask yourself, where are you fearing the silence because you think it will echo with emptiness? What might happen if you let solitude stay long enough to show you what it's holding? When you embrace solitude, you don't become disconnected. You become rooted, and from that root, connection grows, not out of need, but out of truth. That's the kind of presence no absence can take from you. In a quiet village in the mountains of northern India, where the mist clings to rooftops like memory and monks chant before the sun appears, lived a tailor named Meera. She was kind, precise, and well-liked. Her clothes fit perfectly, her manner even more so. She had spent her life being who she thought she should be: polite, responsible, strong. She was the one people turned to, the one who never needed help, the one who always had the right answer. But inside, she felt like a stranger living under her own skin, not because she was dishonest, but because everything she did was wrapped in the idea of who she believed she was supposed to be. Each day, Mira played the role so well, even she forgot it was a role. Until one afternoon when a traveler passed through the village and brought her a jacket to mend. He spoke little but observed much. As she worked, he asked, "Do you enjoy this?" She smiled automatically. "Of course," but he tilted his head. "No, do you enjoy this?" And something inside her stuttered. It was a simple question, but it felt like a bell tolling through years of habit. That night, Mira sat by her window and looked at the mountains, their shapes softened by twilight. She whispered into the silence, "Who am I really?" And for the first time in years, there was no answer, no story to fall back on, only breath, only being. This is the sacred undoing most never dare to approach. The real you isn't who you think. It's not the voice in your head narrating your worth. It's not the list of roles you perform. It's not your name, your story, or even your personality. The real you exists before the image, behind the thoughts, beneath the masks. It doesn't need to be defined. It only needs to be felt. Mira began to unravel gently. She started saying no when she meant no. She stopped nodding when she disagreed. She let herself cry without apology. And in the space where her old identity began to loosen, something more real stepped forward. It didn't need to prove anything. It didn't need to explain itself. It just was. She still tailored clothes, but now her stitches carried softness. Her laughter returned, not as performance, but as music. People still came to her, but they no longer expected perfection. They came for her presence. Ask yourself, where are you living from a version of you that was built for survival, not truth? What would happen if you let that version rest? The mind will always try to tell you who you are, but your truth lives in the space where thinking stops and feeling begins. When you touch that place, even for a moment, you realize you don't need to become someone. You only need to remember who you've always been. Not the idea, not the image, just the presence, just the pulse, just you, before you were named. In the ancient city of Alexandria, where the streets echoed with the footsteps of scholars and the air carried the weight of history, lived a philosopher named Darius. He was known for his sharp mind and sharper tongue, always quick to argue, to dismantle, to reject. There were certain ideas he would not entertain, certain people he refused to speak to, certain emotions he declared unworthy of his attention. He prided himself on his discernment, believing his resistance was a sign of strength, of clarity, of control. But over time, those very things he resisted began to haunt him. He could not stop thinking about the beliefs he condemned. He found himself obsessed with the behaviors he once mocked in others. His dreams were filled with what he fought by day. What he claimed to hate held his gaze longer than what he loved. And slowly something inside him began to crack. One night, while walking the edge of the harbor, he met a woman selling incense and trinkets, items he usually dismissed as superstition, but there was something in her stillness that unsettled him. She looked at him with a knowing smile and said, "Whatever you push away with force owns more of you than you know." He frowned. "That's nonsense," he said. She shrugged. "Perhaps, but tell me, how much of your day do you spend wrestling with what you say does not matter?" The question followed him home. For days it echoed in his mind like a riddle, and finally he saw it. All his resistance wasn't rejection, it was reverence in disguise. He had made the things he opposed into monuments, given them his energy, his focus, his time. He hadn't freed himself from them. He had built temples in their name. This is the uncomfortable truth we rarely admit. What you resist, you secretly worship. Not in devotion, but in attention. The energy you pour into rejection becomes its own kind of prayer. Every time you tighten in anger, every time you fight the thought, suppress the feeling, condemn the desire, you're binding yourself to it. Resistance is not neutrality, it is intimacy in reverse. Darius began to soften. He stopped arguing with his discomfort. He started listening to what it wanted to show him, not to agree, but to understand. And slowly, the hold those things had over him loosened, not because he conquered them, but because he no longer fed them. You cannot free yourself from what you fear to face, and you cannot face what you pretend not to care about. Ask yourself, where are you pushing so hard that you've become tethered to the very thing you claim to avoid? The moment you stop resisting, you take your power back. You reclaim your energy, not by agreeing with what was, but by allowing it to pass through you without worship. And in that quiet release, you finally become free, not from it, but from the hold you gave it by refusing to let it go. In the mountains of northern Chile, where the sky stretches without end and the wind speaks in ancient tones, lived a man named Tomas, who spent his life searching for freedom. He left the city to escape noise, left relationships to avoid expectation, and shed one job after another in the name of staying untethered. His backpack was always ready. His money was hidden in different currencies. His plans were loose, his ties looser. He believed that freedom meant never being caught, by place, by person, by promise. And so he roamed. He called it liberation, but somewhere in the quiet hours of night, it began to feel like running. One day he reached a remote village at the base of a volcano and decided to rest. A local woman offered him a room, some food, and the warmth of stories shared by firelight. At first he stayed a night, then 3, then weeks. He helped mend fences, carried firewood, laughed with children, and tasted a rhythm he hadn't felt in years. But with every passing day, a whisper stirred in him. You're settling, you're slipping, you're losing your freedom. The thought clawed at him, so he packed his bag once more. But before he left, the woman asked him one simple question. What if freedom isn't something you find, but something you stop needing? He didn't answer. He just walked into the mountains, the question heavier than his pack. He traveled for months after that, but something had shifted. He noticed how every time he left, he did so not from peace, but from fear. Fear that staying meant losing himself. Fear that stillness was a trap. But in truth, it wasn't the places or the people that confined him. It was the constant needing of freedom itself. This is the quiet paradox most never name. You're free when you stop needing freedom, because the moment you define freedom as something to be maintained or defended, you turn it into a prison. You measure your life against it. You fear anything that threatens it. But real freedom isn't the absence of commitment. It's the absence of resistance. Tomas eventually returned to the village, not because he had nowhere else to go, but because he no longer had anything to flee. He stayed not out of duty, but out of choice, and in that choice he felt more free than he ever had on the road. He could leave at any moment, but he didn't need to. That was the difference. Ask yourself, where are you mistaking escape for liberation? Where have you built your identity around the idea of freedom so tightly that anything stable now feels like a threat? Freedom isn't the ability to go anywhere. It's the peace of being anywhere without needing to run. When you stop needing freedom to feel free, life expands. Not because it gives you more space, but because you finally realize you were never really trapped, only holding a key to a door that was already open. In the ancient city of Varanasi, where smoke rises from sacred rivers and chants float endlessly on the air, lived a man named Rajan, who was known throughout the region as a scholar. He wore his wisdom like a second skin, quoted scriptures with ease, and corrected others with the confidence of one who believed he had found the truth. People came from far away to sit at his feet, to ask questions, to receive his insights. And for many years, Rajan believed he had arrived, anchored in knowledge, certain of who he was. But as time passed, he began to feel an unfamiliar emptiness, not a lack of knowledge, but of meaning. His answers no longer felt alive. His identity, so carefully crafted over decades, had grown rigid. He was no longer discovering, he was maintaining. And each day, he felt himself shrinking beneath the weight of who he thought he was supposed to be. One morning, while walking by the Ganges, he overheard a child ask her mother, "Who am I?" The mother smiled and said, "You're whoever is asking the question." Rajan stopped in his tracks. The words echoed in him like a bell, both gentle and shattering. That night he sat by the river and let go. He let go of the title, the story, the posture. He closed his books. He stopped reciting. And for the first time he sat not as a scholar, but as a silence. In that space, something deeper began to stir, not a new idea, but a feeling, not another answer, but a presence. This is the quiet realization most never reach. Your identity is not your truth. It is your training, a role, a pattern, a structure built to navigate the world, but not to know it. Who you think you are is a costume made of memories, expectations, wounds, and desires. Useful, yes, but not ultimate. And the more tightly you cling to it, the more you separate yourself from what you truly are, something vast, formless, and free. Rajan began to speak less. He listened more. He no longer felt the need to defend his opinions or be seen as wise. People noticed. His presence deepened. His answers, when offered, carried less certainty, but more truth, because they came not from the mask of knowledge, but from the space behind it. Ask yourself, who are you when you stop performing the role you've been applauded for? Who are you beneath the version of yourself you've repeated so often that you believe it's the only one that exists? To transcend identity is not to become nothing. It is to become everything, to move beyond the edge of definition and into the center of being. When you do, you stop protecting your image and start embodying your essence. You are not the role, you are not the story, you are not even the name. You are the awareness watching it all, waiting patiently for the moment you're ready to come home. Not to who you've been, but to who you've always been beneath it all. In a coastal town in southern Portugal, where cobblestone streets curl like memories and salt lingers on every breeze, lived a man named João, who had spent his life searching for transformation. He read every book on self-improvement, traveled to distant lands for wisdom, adopted countless practices and disciplines, all in the hope of becoming someone greater, someone different. Each version he crafted felt better than the last, but none of them stayed. The confidence faded, the peace cracked, the growth unraveled under pressure, and each time he began again, chasing the next layer, the next evolution. He believed evolution meant building more, changing more, becoming something entirely new, but the more he added, the more he drifted from himself. Until one rainy afternoon, sitting by the ocean with his latest journal filled with yet another set of goals, João closed the book and felt an unfamiliar stillness. It wasn't defeat. It wasn't despair. It was quiet. A question emerged from somewhere deeper than his thoughts. What if you're not supposed to become more, but return to what you are underneath it all? The question unraveled him. He stopped seeking for a while, stopped fixing, stopped layering. He began to notice the small things again, the way his hands moved when he cooked, the sound of his breath when he woke, the feeling in his chest when he listened to music without thinking. He realized that beneath all the striving had always been a steady presence, one that didn't need improvement, one that didn't change, one that had waited for him to come back. This is the paradox that most seekers miss. You don't evolve by becoming something else. You evolve by returning to what you are, before the conditioning, before the comparison, before the world told you who you needed to be. Growth isn't an escape, it's a remembering, a shedding of what was never truly you. João didn't stop practicing mindfulness. He didn't abandon effort, but his motivation changed. He was no longer trying to escape himself. He was trying to meet himself fully, finally. and in doing so he found a version of peace he had never touched through striving. Not a peace he built, but one he uncovered. Evolution is not an ascent, it's a spiral. It brings you back again and again to the same truths, the same inner knowing, but with deeper eyes and a softer heart. You arrive at yourself, not as a destination, but as a return. Each time closer, each time truer. Ask yourself, where have you mistaken becoming for abandoning? What parts of you are waiting not to be changed, but to be reclaimed? You are not a project. You are a presence. And when you peel back all the striving, all the masks, all the noise, you will find that the most evolved version of you is not different. It is simply more honest, more still, more whole. You were never lost, only layered, and the return is the becoming. In the still heart of a monastery in the Swiss Alps, where bells echoed through stone halls and snow fell without sound, lived a monk named Emile, who had once lived a very different life. Before his robe, he wore suits. Before prayer, he wore deadlines. He was a financier in a city that never slept, where time was currency, urgency was status, and success meant racing the clock. He scheduled every moment, measured every hour, and feared every second lost. But no matter how much he accomplished, time always ran faster. Days blurred, years disappeared. He was admired but never present. He had everything except peace. Then one morning, while rushing to a meeting, he collapsed in the street. Not from illness, but from exhaustion so complete it felt like the world had stopped. In that moment, something in him surrendered, and in that surrender, something cracked open. He left everything. No dramatic goodbye, just a quiet departure toward silence. At the monastery, the first thing he noticed was the absence of clocks. No one hurried. No one counted. Time didn't lead them. They moved in rhythm with something slower, deeper. At first, it terrified him. He reached for schedules, for structure, for the familiarity of pressure, but time here had no shape, no race, no edge. It simply was, and it asked nothing from him except his presence. One evening, as he sat alone in the chapel, watching the light fade through stained glass, he felt a strange sensation. He didn't know what time it was, and for the first time in his life, he didn't need to. He was simply here, completely, fully, and in that total presence, time collapsed. It no longer stretched ahead like a corridor of responsibilities. It folded into this single breath, this single heartbeat, this now. This is the truth we're rarely taught. Time is only a prison when we resist it. The more we fear it, the more we chase it. The more we chase it, the more it controls us. But the moment we accept it, not as an enemy, but as a companion, it loses its hold. Because time doesn't move the way we think. It bends to attention. It shrinks when we're present. It expands when we're scattered, and it dissolves when we surrender. Emile still keeps a schedule, but no longer worships the clock. He works in the garden. He sweeps the floor. He sits in silence. But he never feels late, because he has learned that presence is the only real time there is. Ask yourself, where are you resisting the flow of time, believing it's something to outrun? What would happen if you stopped fearing the clock and started listening to the moment? Time only commands you when you refuse to meet it. But the second you say, I'm here, it bows, it pauses, it opens. And in that opening, you remember that eternity isn't later. It's now, in the olive groves of southern Greece, where the air carries the scent of earth and history, lived a woman named Callista who made olive oil the old way, by hand, by season, by rhythm. Her hands were wise, but her heart was troubled. She had begun to forget. Names slipped, details faded. Moments from her youth, once vivid, became blurred outlines. She fought against it, reciting memories aloud, writing lists, attaching meaning to every moment as if it might vanish. She was terrified of forgetting who she was, as though identity could be preserved by clinging tightly to the past. One morning, as she knelt beneath an ancient tree, her basket beside her, She felt a wave of loss. She couldn't remember the story behind that tree, who planted it, what season, what it meant. Her fingers trembled, but then something shifted. She closed her eyes and stopped trying. She let go of the effort, and instead of the memory returning, something else did. A warmth, a scent, a sensation of her mother's hands guiding her, of laughter floating in the breeze, of her younger self running barefoot in the soil. She hadn't retrieved a fact. She had become the moment, fully, without trying. And it was then she understood. Remembering isn't always a mental act. Sometimes it's a return to a frequency, a resonance. You remember when you forget to recall. This is the quiet truth so many miss. In our need to hold on to the past, we often lock ourselves out of the depth it still carries. Real memory doesn't arrive when summoned. It arrives when you dissolve, when the mind stops clenching and the soul begins listening. Callista began to soften. She stopped forcing recollection and started letting presence do the work. When she stirred the oil, her grandmother's voice would rise through the motion. When she walked the path home, the crunch of gravel would open doors in her body, long closed. The mind, she learned, was a gatekeeper, but the heart? The heart remembered in ways the mind never could. She no longer panicked when details escaped her. She knew now that forgetting a date didn't mean losing a memory. The true essence lived in her still, waiting to be felt, not catalogued. Ask yourself, where are you forcing memory as proof of meaning? Where have you forgotten that what matters doesn't live in your notes, but in your breath? When you stop needing to remember, you open space for remembering to happen. Not as a retrieval, but as a return. You become the vessel. The moment lives again, not as data, but as experience. Callista never recovered all the names, all the stories. But what returned to her was something deeper, a knowing that could not be forgotten, because it never left. It had only been waiting, waiting for the silence between thoughts to open, and in that space remembering became not something she did, but something she became. In the salt-stung hills of the Canary Islands, where the wind moves faster than time and goats wander like monks across the rocks, there lived a man named Matteo, who had spent most of his life looking for direction. He tried many trades, carpentry, fishing, stonework. He studied under teachers, followed systems, memorized maps of purpose, but nothing stuck, nothing fit. He believed there had to be a path meant just for him, a golden thread that would finally make everything click into place. So he searched, for years, always with a destination in mind, always hoping the next thing would be it. But every time he thought he found it, it vanished. The excitement would fade, the meaning would dry up, and once again, Matteo was left with the ache of not knowing. So one day, in a moment of quiet defeat, he stopped. He stopped trying to find the path. He stopped reaching, stopped scheming, stopped begging the future to hurry. He walked into the hills without a goal, without a plan, and just kept walking. At first it felt like a waste, like he had given up, but slowly something softened. The weight of needing to arrive lifted. The air felt cleaner. He began to notice the way the sun touched the stones, the way his breath synced with the sound of the wind. He no longer asked, "What is this walk for?" He simply walked, not to get anywhere, just to be. And in that aimlessness, something opened. Ideas came uninvited. Insights rose like spring water. Joy returned, not loud, but true. And after days of walking nowhere, he realized something radical. He had never been off the path. He had only been walking too fast to see it. This is the paradox that unravels the seeker's urgency. You find the path by walking nowhere, not in the sense of being lost, but in the sense of releasing the need for forward motion. The moment you stop demanding that life explain itself, it begins to whisper its direction in the rustling of leaves, in the pause between breaths, in the peace that fills you when nothing needs to happen. Matteo returned to the village different. He still didn't have a title, still didn't know what he was meant to do, but he no longer needed to. He began helping where help was needed, creating when inspiration called, resting when rest arrived. And somehow everything began to align, not because he chased a path, but because he allowed the path to emerge beneath his feet. Ask yourself, where are you trying so hard to find your way that you've forgotten how to simply be? When you walk nowhere without striving, without urgency, you don't become lost. You become found, not in the eyes of others, but in the rhythm of your own presence. That's when the path finds you, not because you searched for it, but because you were finally still enough for it to unfold. In a quiet corner of New Zealand's South Island, where the hills roll like soft thoughts and rivers cut through the earth like memory, lived a woman named Aria, who was always preparing. Her shelves were lined with vision boards, journals filled with goals, affirmations taped to her mirror. She read books about the future, how to manifest it, build it, design it, and every morning she pictured her future self, the version of her who had it all together, calm, confident, successful. She believed that if she just worked hard enough, thought clearly enough, and waited patiently enough, she would finally become her. But no matter how much she visualized, something felt distant. Her future self was always tomorrow, never now. And the more she reached for her, the more she felt the gap. One afternoon, while reorganizing her studio, she found an old painting, unfinished, hidden behind a stack of new canvases. It was different from her usual style, wilder, looser, more honest. She had started it years ago during a moment of inspiration she didn't quite understand. As she studied it now, something stirred, a feeling, a familiarity. It wasn't just a piece of art, it was a message from herself, one that had arrived early before she was ready to receive it. And in that instant, she understood. Her future self wasn't waiting in the distance. She had already been here, arriving in glimpses, in instincts, in quiet choices that didn't need explanation. Every moment Aria had spoken her truth, followed her curiosity, or trusted her knowing. Those were flashes of the future self she was trying to become. This is the secret so few recognize. Your future self is not out there. She's in you now, not fully formed, but fully present, whispering through intuition, anchoring in small decisions, living in the quiet confidence that doesn't need proof. You don't become her by striving. You become her by remembering. She exists in every breath you take when you stop pretending, in every step you walk when no one is watching, in the words you speak when you don't edit for approval. Aria stopped trying to reach for the life she wanted. She began responding to it, not by force, but by alignment. She wore the clothes her future self would wear. She painted without asking whether it would sell. She moved through the world not to get somewhere, but to embody the one who had already arrived. Ask yourself, where are you delaying your power because you believe it lives in the next version of you? What would happen if you stopped waiting and started being? The future doesn't arrive through effort. It emerges through embodiment. When you act from the space of already being her, the world responds not to your effort, but to your frequency. And then, without trying, you realize the future didn't come. You did. You arrived into yourself. And that's where the real future begins. In the highlands of Peru, where the air is thin and the sky feels close enough to touch, lived a shaman named Alejo, who was known for answering questions with riddles. Travelers from around the world came to seek his wisdom, hoping for clarity. But instead of answers, he gave them paradoxes. When asked how to find peace, he would say, "First make friends with your chaos." When asked how to heal, he would whisper, "Stop trying to be fixed." Some left confused, others returned changed. One morning, a young seeker named Daniel arrived, weary from the burden of understanding. He had studied philosophy, psychology, spirituality. His mind was full, but his heart was heavy. "I just want the truth," he said. "The real truth." Alejo nodded and handed him a bowl filled with water. "Carry this without spilling a drop," he said. then come back. Daniel set off, eyes fixed on the surface of the bowl, every step calculated, every breath measured. Hours later he returned, bowl full, but shoulders tight, jaw clenched. "I did it," he said, exhausted. Alejo smiled. "Now," he said, "spill it." Daniel hesitated, then tipped the bowl over. Water splashed onto the earth. "Which felt more like truth?" Alejo asked. "The carrying or the release?" Daniel didn't answer. He didn't need to. The paradox had already spoken. This is the essence of truth. It doesn't arrive in straight lines. It reveals itself in contradiction, in tension, in moments where two opposites are both true. We are conditioned to want clarity, to label things as good or bad, right or wrong, light or dark. But truth lives in the spaces where those lines blur, where grief and gratitude dance together, where surrender brings power, where loss becomes a beginning. Alejo understood that the mind seeks certainty, but the soul seeks depth, and depth only comes when we're willing to sit inside the contradiction without needing it to resolve. He taught not by explaining, but by disrupting, not to confuse, but to invite presence. Because paradox doesn't explain truth, it reveals it, slowly, gently, like light bending through fog. Daniel stayed in the village for weeks. He no longer asked questions the same way. He listened more. He stopped trying to figure things out and started feeling them instead. And in that space, truths began to land, not as conclusions, but as recognitions, as echoes of something he had always known but hadn't yet been quiet enough to hear. Ask yourself, where are you still waiting for truth to make sense before you accept it? What paradox might be trying to show you something your logic can't hold? Truth doesn't always shout. Sometimes it contradicts itself. Sometimes it speaks from both sides of the river. And when it does, don't rush to choose. Sit in the middle. Feel the pull of both. That's where the deepest wisdom lives, not in answers, but in the willingness to be still, in the mystery. In the lavender fields of Provence, where bees hum like prayers and time stretches between sun and soil, lived a perfumer named Camille. Her fragrances were unlike any other. People traveled from distant cities to inhale what couldn't be bottled by anyone else. She never revealed her process, never wrote recipes, never explained. When asked how she created such scent, she would only say, "I remember something that hasn't happened yet." The merchants found her maddening. Critics wanted proof. But her sense stirred memory in people who couldn't trace where the memory came from. They didn't understand it, they only felt it. And that was enough. One day, a chemist came, determined to uncover her formula. He watched her, measured her ingredients, took notes with clinical precision. When the scent was finished, he analyzed it in his lab. Every compound, every ratio accounted for. But when he tried to recreate it, something was missing. The structure was perfect. The feeling was gone. He returned, frustrated. "There must be something else," he said. Camille smiled softly and pointed to her chest. "There is." This is the mystery that defies the modern mind. You know it's real when it can't be proved, not because it lacks evidence, but because its truth lives beyond the reach of explanation. Love, presence, insight, connection. These things don't ask to be understood, they ask to be felt. We live in a world addicted to verification, obsessed with certainty, but the most important truths arrive without credentials. They arrive as stillness, when you least expect it, as clarity that cannot be traced, as a pull in the body that bypasses the mind. And when you try to explain it, something gets lost, not because it's not real, but because it's too real to fit inside language. Camille continued making her perfumes the same way, eyes closed, memory wide open. Not memory from the past, but memory from the soul. She didn't need the approval of science. She knew what was real because it moved people, because it moved her. That was proof enough. The chemist eventually stopped measuring and started watching differently. He stopped asking, "How?" and began asking, "Where does this take me?" He learned something that changed his work forever. The deeper truths don't show up in charts. They show up in stillness, in surrender, in the way something lingers when the moment is gone. Ask yourself, where are you dismissing your inner knowing because it can't be explained? What if the very thing you're trying to prove is already proven by the way it makes you feel? Truth isn't always visible. It doesn't need validation. It lives in resonance, in the goosebumps that rise, in the breath that catches, in the silence that follows. So trust what moves you, even if it makes no sense, especially if it makes no sense, because that's where the soul speaks. And the soul has never needed proof, only presence. In the remote highlands of Bhutan, where clouds rest low and prayer flags speak to the wind, lived a young monk named Tashi, who was known for his questions. From the moment he arrived at the monastery, he sought answers about life, about truth, about suffering, and the path to peace. He questioned the senior monks, devoured every scripture, debated with anyone who would listen. His hunger for understanding was relentless, but no answer ever felt complete. Each one led to another question, another layer, another thread to unravel. And so he wandered the monastery like a restless river, always moving, never arriving. One morning, after yet another sleepless night of inquiry, he approached the abbot. "Why, after all this time, do I still feel further from clarity?" The abbot looked up from his tea and said only, "Then perhaps it's time to stop asking." Tashi blinked. "But if I stop asking, how will I ever know?" The abbot smiled gently and returned to sipping. Frustrated, Tashi walked into the forest and sat beside a stream. He tried to meditate, but questions kept swirling, so he gave up. Not out of defeat, but exhaustion. He stopped trying to solve, stopped trying to know. He sat with no goal, no expectation. He simply listened to the water, to the wind, to the silence beneath it all. Hours passed. The sun drifted, and in that stillness something subtle shifted. A calm washed over him, not from an answer arriving, but from the absence of needing one. And in that moment he understood, deeply, wordlessly. It wasn't an answer he had found. It was presence. And from that presence, clarity began to bloom, not in logic, but in knowing. This is the paradox few ever allow themselves to experience. The answer appears when you stop asking, not because the question isn't valuable, but because the asking often carries tension. It pulls us away from the moment, from the very space where answers live. When you're constantly searching, you miss what's already here. When you chase the answer, you outrun it. Tashi began to live differently after that day. He still asked questions, but he no longer demanded responses. He learned to wait, to soften, to receive. And strangely, the fewer questions he asked, the more truth found him. In the rising steam of tea, in the laughter of a novice, in the weightless hush of dusk, he wasn't thinking about understanding anymore. He was living inside it. Ask yourself, where are you still pushing for clarity with clenched hands? What would happen if you let go just long enough for the question to breathe? Sometimes the answer can't come until the mind stops shouting. Sometimes the truth doesn't need to be figured out. It needs to be felt, and you can't feel it while chasing it. So pause, breathe, listen not for the answer, but to the space where it may already be waiting. Because when you stop asking, you begin to hear what was whispering all along. In a quiet village in northern Spain, where the stone streets remember more footsteps than any living soul, lived a man named Gabriel who carried the past like a stone in his chest. He had left behind a childhood marked by loss, a father's silence, and choices that had grown sharp with time. He returned each year to the house where he was born, hoping the rooms would forgive him, hoping something might feel different. But the walls stayed the same. The silence echoed the same way. No matter how far he traveled or how much he achieved, the past clung to him like a shadow at dusk, always following, always out of reach. One summer, something shifted. An elderly neighbor whom Gabriel barely remembered invited him in for tea. They spoke of harvests, of storms, of quiet joys that had once passed unnoticed. She told him stories he'd never heard, how his father used to walk him to the edge of the forest when he thought Gabriel was asleep in his mother's arms, how he built the wooden swing that Gabriel had thought had always just been there. He wasn't good with words, she said, but he tried, in the only way he knew. Gabriel walked home differently that evening. He looked at the garden with new eyes. He noticed the swing's grooves, the shape of the trees, the small gestures once invisible. And he realized something not from memory but from presence. His story was not what he had believed, not fully, because who he was now, open, curious, willing to listen, was changing how he met the past. This is the paradox most people never imagined possible. The past changes when you change the present, not the events, but the meaning, the narrative, the way it lands in the body. The past is not frozen, it's fluid, alive in every interpretation, every story, every emotion you bring to it now. Gabriel didn't rewrite history, he re-met it. And in doing so, the weight in his chest began to soften. Forgiveness became easier, compassion unfolded where blame once lived, not because someone gave it to him, but because he gave it to the moment, and the moment gave it back. We often think healing means reaching back to fix what's already done, but the real alchemy happens here, now, when you breathe differently, when you respond with love instead of defense, when you choose to see not just what happened, but who you are becoming as you face it. Ask yourself, what memory still stings because you've never looked at it with the eyes you have today? What might shift if you brought your present awareness into that old room? The past is not a prison, it is a canvas that changes every time you touch it with presence. And the more you live from love in this moment, the more yesterday bends, not because it's erased, but because it's finally seen through clearer eyes, eyes that no longer need it to hurt in order to be true. In the thick jungles of Costa Rica, where vines drape like silk and time feels slower under the canopy, lived a woman named Liana who was always in motion. She moved from job to job, city to city, relationship to relationship, not because she lacked ambition, but because something inside her kept whispering, "Keep going, don't stop." She believed that if she just moved fast enough, she would eventually land in the life she was meant to live, the one where everything aligned, where clarity waited like a reward at the end of the sprint. Every decision was urgent. Every moment had to mean something. She filled her days with action, her nights with plans, her mind with future versions of herself that always seemed one breakthrough away. But no matter how fast she moved, the future didn't arrive. Not the one she pictured, not the one that felt like home. And slowly, the chase became its own kind of cage. One evening, while hiking a trail she didn't know, the path vanished beneath her feet. She was alone, without signal, the sun dipping low. Panic rose, but something in her said, "Wait." She sat on a fallen log and, for the first time in years, didn't reach for her phone, didn't try to solve. She just breathed, let the jungle speak, let her breath find a rhythm that wasn't tied to achievement. The hours passed slowly, and in that stillness something shifted, not in the forest, but in her. A clarity she had chased for years arrived, not with fireworks, but with a whisper. "You've been running from the timeline that's already here." This is the paradox few ever recognize. The timeline jumps when you stop running. Not because running is wrong, but because it keeps you locked in the frequency of pursuit. And pursuit is built on the belief that where you are isn't enough. We're taught that momentum is everything. But there are moments when motion keeps you from aligning, when chasing your next life keeps you from embodying the one already trying to meet you. Liana eventually found her way out of the jungle, but she walked differently, slower. She no longer raced toward possibility, she invited it in. And within weeks, the opportunities she had once chased began to arrive. A letter from an old friend offering a collaboration, a retreat invitation, a place to stay that felt like home. Not because she tried harder, but because she stopped running, and in that stopping she jumped timelines into the version of her life that was already waiting, one that required presence, not pursuit. Ask yourself, what are you running toward that might already be trying to arrive if you would only pause long enough to receive it? Time doesn't only move forward, it bends toward alignment. And alignment begins when you stop running from now, because it's in now that everything begins to rearrange, not to reward your effort, but to mirror your readiness. In the heart of a Zen temple outside Kyoto, where moss carpets the stones and bamboo sways like prayer, lived a woman named Hana, who had spent most of her life in pursuit of enlightenment. She meditated for hours each day, fasted during full moons, and read every ancient scroll in the temple's library. She believed that awakening would arrive like lightning, sudden, electric, unmistakable. So she waited, prepared, practiced, day after day, breath after breath. But the more she sought, the more distant it felt. The deeper she went into her rituals, the more the goal seemed to retreat. She imagined eternity as some vast and timeless state she would one day enter once she was ready enough, wise enough, still enough. One morning during her daily walk, she paused beside a koi pond. The water was still, the air cool, the world unhurried. For reasons she couldn't explain, she sat. She didn't meditate, she didn't posture, she just breathed. One inhale, one exhale, slowly, fully, and in that single breath, something shattered quietly. There was no vision, no revelation, only presence so complete it needed no explanation. She wasn't in the future or past. She wasn't reaching. She simply was. And that was everything. It lasted only a moment, but it carried the weight of eternity. This is the paradox most seekers miss. Eternity is not a place you arrive at. It is a presence you touch when you stop trying to find it. It lives inside the breath you are too busy to notice, the one you just took, the one you're taking now. We're taught to think of eternity as infinite time, as a concept beyond comprehension. But eternity has nothing to do with time. It has everything to do with depth, with being so utterly present that time collapses. In that collapse, eternity reveals itself, not as something you chase, but as something you are. After that day, Hana no longer counted her hours on the cushion. She no longer sought the big moment. She walked slower, listened more, allowed herself to breathe like it mattered, because it did. Each breath a doorway, each exhale a surrender, each moment of full awareness a taste of something beyond endings and beginnings. Ask yourself, how many breaths have you rushed through today without feeling them? What might be waiting inside the one you're taking now? You don't need a lifetime of study to touch the eternal. You just need one breath taken with your whole being, not as a technique, not as a task, but as an offering, as a return. Eternity doesn't exist in some distant realm. It's not hidden in the stars or buried in scripture. It is here, in the pause between your thoughts, in the softness of your presence, in the stillness of the inhale that asks for nothing. And once you touch it, you understand. It was never far. It was always as close as the breath you forgot to feel. In a remote village along the cliffs of Madeira, where the sea crashes like a heartbeat against stone and the skies shift faster than thought, lived a painter named Leandro. His work was quiet, never dramatic, never loud, but somehow it held the entire world. A single brushstroke from him could feel like a breeze, a memory, a prayer. People often asked him how he created such depth, such emotion. He never answered with theory. He only said, "I watch longer than I paint." Leandro would sit for hours before touching the canvas, watching light move across the floor, watching the way a child fidgeted in silence, watching his own thoughts rise and fall like waves. He didn't try to control inspiration. He invited it by witnessing what already was, and in that stillness, images would come, not invented but revealed. This is the secret most never realize. The more you observe, the more you create. Because creation doesn't begin with doing, it begins with seeing. And not just surface-level seeing, but deep seeing. Presence. Attention without agenda. When you truly observe, the world begins to whisper its secrets to you. Ideas bloom in the spaces where you stop trying and start noticing. Most people race to create before they understand. They speak before they've listened, act before they've felt. But Leandro knew better. He knew that observation is not passive, it is power. To see something clearly is to begin transforming it. The act of watching is a form of invitation, a signal to the universe that says, "I'm here, I'm listening, I'm ready." One day, a visitor came to his studio, eager to learn. She asked what kind of brush to use, what color palette, what technique would make her paintings come alive. Leandro handed her a chair and said, "Sit at the window. Watch until you feel like the world is painting you." She sat. Minutes passed, then hours. At first, she noticed the obvious, the colors, the shapes, the textures, but slowly, she began to feel something shift. The way the shadows curved around corners, the rhythm of the breeze through the fig trees, the silence between the birdsong, and when she finally picked up the brush, the painting poured out, as if it had always been waiting. Creation doesn't come from force, it comes from relationship, and relationships are built through presence. The more you observe, the more you align. The more you align, the more you allow, and from that allowing, creation flows. Not from effort, but from awareness. Ask yourself, where are you rushing to create without truly seeing? What might emerge if you paused long enough to let the moment speak first? To observe is to honor what is, to witness without interference. And in that witnessing, you don't just understand the world, you co-create with it. You become a vessel, a mirror, a brush in the hand of something greater. And that is where the truest art begins. Not from invention, but from attention. In a quiet town at the edge of the Adriatic Sea, where the waves spoke in rhythm and the stones remembered centuries, lived a jeweler named Mara. Her pieces were exquisite, shaped from metals and memories. Each design held a story. Each gem carried an emotion. She had a waiting list that stretched for months, but inside, Mara felt stuck. She hadn't made a new piece in weeks. Her studio was cluttered with unfinished designs, drawers filled with trinkets she couldn't part with. Not because they were useful, but because they were hers, ideas she might use someday, memories she wasn't ready to let go of. Every morning she entered the studio to create, but the space felt heavy, the ideas didn't flow, the inspiration had grown quiet. One afternoon, as the sunlight painted golden lines across the floor, her apprentice came in and gently asked, "Why do you keep these pieces if they no longer move you?" Mara didn't answer right away. She looked at the half-finished necklace in her hands and realized it had been sitting there for over a year, not because it was special, but because she couldn't bear to release it. It had become an anchor. That night, she walked down to the shore with a small velvet pouch. Inside were the oldest of her forgotten pieces, the ones she couldn't finish but couldn't throw away. She sat by the water, held them one by one, thanked them for what they had taught her, and then let them go. One by one, she tossed them into the sea. The ritual wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, but something shifted. Her chest lightened, her hands tingled, her breath moved deeper. This is the hidden truth most people miss. You only receive what you can release. Until you create space, nothing new can enter. We think holding on protects us, but more often, it traps us. What you cling to begins to clog the channels of flow, creatively, emotionally, energetically. Mara returned to her studio the next day and felt as if the windows had been opened for the first time in years. Her tools seemed to hum. Her fingers moved without thought. A new design emerged, one that made her breath catch. Orders began flowing again, not just from clients, but from inspiration itself. She had not lost anything. She had only made room for what was waiting. Ask yourself, what are you holding on to? Not because it serves you, but because you're afraid to be without it. What might be waiting just beyond that space if you dared to let it go? The universe responds not to how tightly you grip, but to how freely you open. When you release with love, you invite with trust. And what comes next is never a replacement. It is a reflection of your readiness. To receive is not to grasp. It is to allow, and that begins with release. Gently, honestly, now. In the heart of Marrakesh, where lanterns glow like stars and the air carries stories between market stalls, lived a spice merchant named Karim. His shop was modest, tucked between louder, flashier stalls that called out to tourists with promises of rare blends and ancient secrets. Karim didn't shout. He arranged his jars carefully. He brewed mint tea for those who entered, and though his spices were of the highest quality, many passed by without noticing. At night he would sit alone in the back room, staring at his ledger, whispering quiet prayers for more customers, more recognition, more success. He wanted abundance, deeply. He asked for it, visualized it, even lit candles beside his ledger as if to guide the fortune in. But nothing seemed to change. And beneath his longing, he began to wonder if the universe had forgotten him. Then one evening, an old traveler wandered into his shop. She didn't speak much, just observed him for a while, sipping the tea he offered. Before leaving, she said, "You want more, but you're still waiting to be the man who has it." Her words landed like a bell in the silence of his routine. That night, Karim sat with the idea. He had been wishing, wanting, reaching, but never becoming. His posture was hesitant. His thoughts circled lack. He brewed tea with care, but his energy held waiting, not arrival. The version of himself who had the life he wanted, confident, grounded, generous, was always postponed. And yet the truth was simple and profound. The universe wasn't responding to his desires. It was responding to his being. The next morning, Karim opened his shop differently. He didn't wish for customers. He welcomed them in spirit before they arrived. He dressed with intention. He lit incense not to attract, but to celebrate. He acted not from scarcity, but from presence. And as the days passed, something shifted. People began to notice. A blogger from the city stopped by and shared his story. Locals who had passed him for years now lingered, drawn to something they couldn't explain. This is the law few are taught. The universe doesn't answer to your words. It echoes your essence. You attract not what you want, but what you are aligned with. If you want peace but embody anxiety, life reflects the tension. If you seek love but carry self-rejection, it mirrors the distance. Karim didn't change his product. He changed his frequency. He began to be the man who already had what he longed for, and in doing so, the longing softened. The waiting stopped. Reality began to respond, not to his hopes, but to his embodiment. Ask yourself, who are you being while you wait for what you want? What would shift if you became the one who already lives it? Desire alone doesn't move the world. Embodiment does. When you walk as if it's already true, not to fake it, but to feel it, the universe has no choice but to meet you where you've already arrived. In a quiet village nestled in the hills of southern Italy, where cobblestone streets wind like stories and the church bell marks the rhythm of the day, lived a barber named Nico. He had cut hair in the same little shop for over 30 years. The mirror behind his chair had seen thousands of faces. Young and old, joyful and bitter, confident and broken. He prided himself on being observant, not just with scissors, but with souls. Over time, he began to notice something strange. Two men could sit in the same chair, under the same light, in front of the same mirror, and one would leave feeling radiant while the other still saw something wrong. It puzzled him at first. He trimmed carefully, shaped kindly. But no matter how skilled he was, some people simply couldn't see what was good in the reflection. They frowned, adjusted their collar, looked away quickly. Others would smile with eyes shining, even if their hair was still wet. One day after closing shop, Nico stood in front of the mirror himself. He had grown older, softer. His face had changed. He stared into the glass and asked, "Is this who I am now?" But before the mirror could answer, he realized something. It had never spoken first. It had only ever reflected what he brought to it. This is the quiet truth most never realize. You can't change the mirror, only the face you bring to it. The world is a reflection, not a sculptor. It shows you what you carry, not what you demand. When you approach life with judgment, you see judgment everywhere. When you walk with love, love shows up in the smallest places. The mirror doesn't shape you, it reveals you. Nico began to notice this more clearly in his clients. A woman who carried deep self-doubt couldn't see beauty, no matter how gracefully her hair fell. A young man, freshly heartbroken, saw failure in his eyes despite Nico's careful work. But something shifted when they relaxed, when they laughed, when they softened into presence. The mirror changed, not in glass, but in gaze. We spend so much energy trying to adjust what reflects back to us. We shift our environment, our routines, our relationships, but we forget that all of it is responding to what we bring. Your energy precedes your image. Your beliefs tint your vision. You want a kinder world? Bring kindness. You want beauty? Bring appreciation. The mirror can only offer back what you offer first. Ask yourself, where are you blaming the reflection instead of meeting it differently? What would shift if you stopped fixing the surface and started tending to the source? Nico still cuts hair, still polishes the same mirror, but now when someone looks into the glass and frowns, he gently asks, "What do you want to see, and who must you become to meet it?" Because nothing in the mirror changes until the person in front of it does. And once you bring a different face, the whole reflection transforms. In a valley carved by time in Northern California, where rivers weave like threads through redwood groves and the wind moves without resistance, lived a woman named Lila, who made her living crafting pottery. Her hands were skilled, her designs beautiful, but lately her kiln had grown cold. The clay cracked too soon, the shapes collapsed. Her rhythm was gone. She blamed the weather, her tools, her tiredness. But inside, she knew something else was at work. She had been holding her breath, not literally but in spirit, holding back her ideas, second-guessing her choices, gripping the process too tightly. She had begun to doubt, not because her hands forgot, but because her fear had grown louder than her flow. One morning, she visited the nearby stream she used to sit beside when she first began learning. Back then, she came to think. Now she came to remember. The water moved without instruction, around stones, over roots, into shadows, through sunlight. It didn't resist the twist in the land. It adapted. It didn't force its shape, it responded. And in its movement, it taught her something she had forgotten. Flow doesn't happen when you force it. It happens when you stop blocking it. She returned to her studio with no plan. She didn't reach for her usual tools. She didn't sketch or strategize. She just pressed her hands into the clay and let it guide her. She followed the feeling instead of the formula. And what emerged surprised her, not because it was perfect, but because it was alive, honest, free. This is what most people never learn. Life flows naturally until we interfere. We block it with doubt, with control, with overthinking. We build dams of resistance, trying to make things happen on our timeline, in our way, with our certainty. But the universe moves like water. It doesn't push. It doesn't beg. It waits for space, for permission. Lila began to live differently after that. She listened more, forced less. And slowly everything began to move again. Her creativity, her business, her joy. Not because she did more, but because she allowed more. She cleared the debris she had piled in her own path and let life in. You don't need to create the flow. You only need to stop blocking it. It's already moving, already reaching, already trying to meet you where you are. Ask yourself, where are you holding back what wants to move through you? What fears, judgments, or habits are clogging the river of your own becoming? Flow isn't magic, it's natural. It's what happens when trust replaces tension, when surrender replaces struggle, and when you finally exhale the belief that you must control everything in order for it to work. Lila didn't become someone new. She remembered who she was before she began to block herself, and when she stepped aside, life rushed in, like water returning to its course, like music remembering its melody, quietly, powerfully, effortlessly. In the hills of southern France, where lavender fields stretch like painted breath and cicadas sing with the heat, lived a man named Etienne who had studied manifestation for years. He wrote affirmations each morning. He lit candles, created vision boards, recited goals with clarity and discipline. His words were focused. His intentions were strong, yet nothing changed. His business faltered. His relationships felt distant. He kept trying harder, thinking more intention would lead to more results. But the universe stayed quiet, unmoved by his effort. One evening, while walking back from the market, he stumbled upon an old woman playing a worn violin in the town square. She didn't speak, she didn't smile, but her sound filled the air like a memory being remembered. It wasn't perfect, but it moved people. Children stopped, elders closed their eyes. Etienne felt his chest soften, though he didn't know why. He dropped a few coins into her case and whispered, "How do you play like that?" Without opening her eyes, she said, "I don't play from what I want. I play from what I feel." That night, those words clung to him. He began to see his practices differently, not as expressions of emotion, but as performances around it. His intentions were clear, yes, but they came from a place of tension, from lack, from wanting things to be different. He was broadcasting desire, but his emotional current, unspoken, unconscious, was doubt, fear, frustration, and the universe, like the violin, responded not to his thoughts, but to his tone. This is the truth most miss. Energy obeys emotion, not intention. Your words are a signal, but your feeling is the frequency. You can say, "I trust," but if your energy carries fear, that's what life responds to. You can write, "I am abundant," but if your heart feels scarcity, the results will mirror the feeling, not the phrase. Etienne stopped repeating affirmations and started tuning his emotion. He didn't force joy, he softened into gratitude. He didn't fake confidence, he reached for calm. He began to speak less and feel more. And in that emotional shift, his world began to bend. Small openings, surprising invitations, gentle realignments, not because he shouted his desires into the sky, but because his energy finally matched his words. He learned that the universe is fluent in vibration, not vocabulary. It doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to who you are while wanting it. Ask yourself, what emotions are riding beneath your intentions? What tone are you transmitting without saying a word? You don't need to declare more. You need to feel differently. Not because emotion is louder, but because it's truer. It's what shapes the current behind the concept. When your intention and emotion align, the universe listens. And when they don't, it listens anyway, just not to what you said, but to what you felt. So feel clearly, feel honestly, and from that space, life will begin to move, not from the surface of intention, but from the depth of your being. In the golden plains of Patagonia, where the wind carries secrets across the grasslands and silence hums like a song you forgot you knew, lived a shepherd named Luca who spent his days tending a small flock of sheep. He wasn't a spiritual man by name, but his life was quiet, contemplative, full of rhythm. And yet, for months, he had felt off. The animals grew restless, the land seemed dull, the skies more gray than blue. He couldn't explain it, but something had shifted. He still did all the right things, rose early, worked with care, spoke to the earth with respect, but the land, which had once responded to him like an old friend, now felt distant. One afternoon, while mending a fence, he muttered to himself, "What's wrong with the world?" An old traveler walking by overheard him and smiled. "Nothing's wrong," the man said, "except what you're sending into it." Luca furrowed his brow. "I'm doing everything the same." The man nodded. That's the trick. Sometimes the message is so subtle, you don't even know you're sending it. That night, by the fire, Lucas sat with the words. He thought about how he'd been feeling, tense, frustrated, uncertain. He had tried to mask it, to stay productive, to keep going, but beneath the surface, something had been simmering. And suddenly it made sense. He wasn't speaking it aloud, but he was living it. He wasn't expressing frustration, but he was broadcasting it. His field, his energy, his space, his presence had become a mirror of what he didn't realize he carried. This is the quiet truth most overlook. The field reflects the frequency you forget you're emitting. Not the one you say, not the one you perform, but the one that hums beneath your skin, beneath your words, beneath your plans. You may think you're calm, but if you're carrying fear, your life will echo with resistance. You may believe you're hopeful, but if you're silently rehearsing disappointment, the world will feel closed. Luca didn't need to do more. He needed to feel differently. He needed to meet the part of himself that had gone silent, reconnect with it, soften into it. He spent the next day not working, but walking, feeling, breathing, letting the land feel him without defense. And by dusk, the sheep were calm again. The wind shifted, the sky opened. He hadn't fixed anything. He had simply returned to coherence, and the field responded. Ask yourself, what frequency are you unknowingly radiating? What feelings have you buried so deep they've become your atmosphere? The world doesn't just reflect what you say, it reflects what you are, what you carry without realizing, what you emit when you think no one is watching. The field isn't judging you, it's informing you, showing you not what you want, but what you're actually holding. And once you become aware, everything can change. Not because you force it, but because you finally feel the truth that's been quietly shaping your reality all along. In a quiet orchard outside Lisbon, where citrus trees perfumed the air and the wind moved gently between stone walls, lived a gardener named Sophia, who had spent years trying to coax life into her most stubborn orange tree. Every season she pruned it precisely, adjusted the soil, monitored the sun. She read every book on agriculture and consulted every elder in the village. And still, the tree refused to fruit. Its leaves were healthy, its branches strong, but it offered no sweetness, no sign of reward. Sophia grew frustrated. She tried harder, worked longer, spoke to the tree as if pleading with a child to behave. Then one spring, after another fruitless year, something inside her gave out, not with anger, but with quiet exhaustion. She walked into the orchard, knelt by the tree, and whispered, "I don't need anything from you anymore." She stood, brushed the dirt from her hands, and walked away. She stopped tending it daily, stopped watching it. She gave it space, not with bitterness, but with grace. She still watered it, but no longer with attachment. She let it be. Weeks passed, and then one morning she stepped into the orchard and froze. Tucked behind the leaves, glowing like lanterns in the sun, were oranges, dozens of them, round, golden, perfect. She picked one and bit in. The juice dripped down her hand, sweet and alive. Her eyes filled with tears, not because she had won, but because she had finally let go. This is the paradox that most people never learn. When you let it be, it becomes what you desired, not because you forced it, but because you surrendered the need. Your clinging tightens, your chasing delays, your demand for timing, for outcome, for control becomes the very thing that blocks the blessing. Desire isn't wrong, but desire with attachment turns into pressure, and pressure turns the open hand into a closed fist. What you want cannot land in a grip. It needs space, patience, trust. Sophia still gardens, still tends her orchard, but now she moves differently, softer, wiser. She understands that sometimes life blooms not when you pull, but when you pause. That tending something doesn't always mean touching it. Ask yourself, where are you clinging to an outcome so tightly that it can't breathe? What would happen if you released your grip, not to abandon, but to allow? The things you desire often need your love, but not your control, your care, but not your obsession. The moment you let it be, fully, honestly, without fear, it begins to unfold, not because you gave up, but because you gave it space to become. And in that becoming, something even greater happens. Not only does the tree bear fruit, but you do too, in patience, in presence, in peace, not as a transaction, but as a gift that was always waiting, just on the other side of letting go. In a hillside village in northern Italy, where cobbled paths wind through vineyards and time seems to hum instead of tick, lived a young poet named Luca. He spent his days writing under olive trees, chasing words that could describe the longing he felt in his chest. He dreamed of wisdom, of freedom, of peace. He read ancient texts, studied masters, sought teachers across the region. He believed that one day, with enough effort, he would finally become the man he imagined. Calm, wise, radiant, the kind of man who no longer searched. Each morning he wrote, hoping the right line would unlock something inside him, but the longing never left. In fact, it grew stronger, as if the closer he got, the further away it moved. He would close his journal at dusk and sigh, convinced he was not yet enough. One day, an old painter from the village stopped by. He had heard of Luca's poetry and asked to read some. After a quiet hour on the porch, the painter looked up and said, "Why are you looking so hard for what's already here?" Luca frowned. "What do you mean?" The painter smiled, placing the journal back in Luca's hands. "You're writing as if you're trying to find something outside yourself. But these words, they don't come from who you want to be. They come from who you already are." That night, Luca sat under the stars, no pen in hand, no pages to fill, just silence, just breath, just being. And in that stillness, something unfamiliar happened. The longing didn't grow, it softened. It didn't pull him forward, it brought him home. This is the quiet truth the world rarely tells you. You already are what you seek, not in some distant future, not in a version you need to earn, but now, beneath the layers, beneath the noise, the peace, the worth, the light. They've always been there. What you think you're chasing is simply the reflection of your own being. Luca didn't stop writing, but he stopped searching. His words shifted from reaching to revealing, from hunger to presence, and those who read them felt something different, something deeper, because now the poetry wasn't a map to somewhere else. It was a mirror. Ask yourself, what are you seeking that you think is separate from you? What if the version of you who has it all isn't someone to become, but someone to uncover? The journey isn't about acquiring, it's about remembering. It's about peeling back the doubt, the roles, the fears, until what remains is the quiet truth that was always there. You don't need to become what you seek. You only need to stop forgetting that you already are it. Whole, here, enough. The arrival isn't ahead, it's now, and the moment you stop reaching, you begin to receive, not because you've changed, but because you finally see. In the dense jungles of Bali, where vines stretch endlessly toward the sun and waterfalls sing louder than words, lived a woodcarver named Ketut. His hands could coax life out of mahogany and teak, shaping animals, spirits, and gods with a grace that left people breathless. But lately his work had begun to feel empty. He carved with precision, but not with presence. The joy he once felt had been replaced by pressure. More orders, more praise, more expectations. He believed the next masterpiece would bring it all back, the next recognition, the next success. So he tried harder, stayed later, worked faster, but the more he chased the outcome, the further away it seemed. One morning, after hours of chiseling with no inspiration, Ketut walked deep into the forest and sat beside the river. An elder passed by and noticed his furrowed brow. "Why are you fighting the flow?" the old man asked. Ketut sighed. "Because I'm trying to succeed," the elder chuckled. "Then perhaps you've forgotten the law that governs everything real, the law of reversal." Ketut looked up. "What's that?" When you want something too much, you push it away. When you let go, it arrives. When you try to control, you lose your grip. When you surrender, things begin to move. The words stayed with him. He returned to his workshop and, for the first time in weeks, didn't aim to impress. He let the wood guide him. He stopped trying to force beauty and allowed it to emerge. The piece that came forth was unlike any he'd made. Imperfect, raw, alive. A traveler happened to stop by, bought it on the spot, and weeks later it was featured in a magazine that had once ignored his work. This is the code most people never learn. Hidden in every outcome is its opposite. The more you chase love, the more you confirm its absence. The more you grip success, the more you delay its ease. Reality often moves backward before it moves forward. The door you're trying to open doesn't swing when pushed. It opens when pulled. Ketut began to work differently. He gave more freely, rested more often, stopped measuring his worth by how others responded, and life in turn began to respond to him, not because he earned it, but because he finally stopped resisting it. The law of reversal is not about doing less. It's about doing from a different place. Less force, more flow, less proving, more allowing. It's not a punishment, it's a design. A reminder that life does not yield to desperation, it bends for surrender. Ask yourself, where are you pushing when you could be receiving? Where are you holding so tightly that life cannot breathe through you? Sometimes the key isn't in trying harder, it's in reversing the approach entirely. Let go. Lean back. Trust the backward step. That's where the real movement begins, not in force, but in faith. Not in striving, but in softness. That's the hidden code. And once you live by it, outcomes no longer need to be chased. They come. In the sunlit courtyards of southern Spain, where jasmine vines creep along old stone and afternoons drift like honey, lived a baker named Tomás, who was known for his quiet way of working. His bread was never rushed, always risen slowly, always shaped with care. Locals came not just for the flavor, but for the feeling his bakery gave them, like time had stopped, like something sacred lived in the flour. Yet even with the success, Tomás often felt a weight behind the work, a pressure to maintain, to deliver, to meet the invisible expectation that hovered over every loaf. He had fallen into a rhythm of doing, tasks, timing, routine, without remembering why he started it all. One morning, after waking before the bell as usual, Tomás sat on the bench outside his shop and did nothing. No kneading, no mixing, just watching the sky lighten, the scent of morning, the hush before footsteps. He realized it had been years since he'd let the day greet him before he began shaping it. And in that stillness, something returned. Not a thought, not a solution, just a presence. He felt himself again, not as the baker, not as the provider, but simply as a being, a breath, a pulse, a presence that needed nothing in that moment to be complete. That day he entered his bakery differently. Before touching the dough, he touched the space. He breathed. He remembered himself before the doing, and the bread that rose from that place carried something new, something deeper, not because the ingredients changed, but because he had. This is the truth most overlook. The act of being must come before doing, not because doing is wrong, but because without being, doing becomes hollow. It becomes performance instead of presence, obligation instead of offering. We are taught to move first, to act, to achieve, to produce. But the soul doesn't work that way. It wants to feel before it moves. It wants to root before it reaches. When you move from being, when you are anchored, aware, connected, then what you do carries weight. It resonates. It lasts. Tomás didn't stop baking, but he stopped letting the baking define him. He stopped rushing. He began to treat his mornings as a ritual not of production, but of remembering who he was before the tasks, before the titles, before the doing. Ask yourself, how often do you act without first arriving? Where are you moving from habit rather than presence? To be before you do is to allow what you create to carry your essence, not your exhaustion. It is to move from fullness, not lack, from truth, not noise. The world doesn't need more action. It needs more anchored action, more presence inside motion. And that only happens when you begin not with effort, but with being, with breath, with stillness, with the simple remembrance that you are already enough before you lift a finger. In the ancient stone hills of Petra, where winds carry whispers from civilizations long gone, and the desert glows like embers at dusk, lived a camel guide named Sami. He had led travelers across the vast red sands for years, navigating through storms and silence, sun and shadow. His reputation was one of certainty. He always found the way. But what no one knew was that behind his steady voice and calm steps, Sami carried a constant weight, the fear of getting lost, the pressure of knowing, the invisible demand to never doubt. Each journey began with confidence, but by nightfall his mind spun with possibilities. What if a sand dune had shifted the trail? What if the well had dried up? What if the stars misled him? And so, to keep fear at bay, he clung tightly to faith, repeating affirmations, rituals, prayers, not to connect, but to protect. He thought faith was the antidote to fear, and that as long as he believed hard enough, nothing bad would happen. One day, a storm rolled in quicker than expected. The sky turned gray and visibility vanished. Sami couldn't see the trail, couldn't read the stars, couldn't rely on anything he had memorized. He froze, fear and faith crashing against each other inside him like thunder. Then, a voice from one of the travelers broke the tension. "Sami, we trust you, even if you don't know right now." He closed his eyes, breathed, and something surprising happened. He let go, not of the journey, but of the pressure to control it. He stopped gripping fear. He stopped clinging to faith. He allowed the unknown to be just that, unknown, and in that space a quiet knowing emerged, not from belief, not from fear, but from presence. They found shelter, the storm passed, and when they resumed, Sami walked lighter, not because he had more answers, but because he no longer needed them to feel safe. This is the paradox most never explore. Faith and fear are two sides of the same coin when they're used to grasp. Both are born from a need for certainty. But when you let go of both, when you release the demand for a guarantee, something deeper rises. Trust, not in outcomes, but in being, not in a path, but in the one walking it. Sami continued to guide after that, but his strength came not from believing things would always go right, nor from fearing they might not. His power came from letting go of the need to know, and in that letting go he led with clarity. Ask yourself, where are you holding on to faith as a shield and fear as a compass? What might open if you released both? Real peace isn't born from choosing faith over fear. It's born from needing neither to feel whole. It is what remains when you meet life as it is, ungrasped, unguarded, and fully alive. That's where true guidance begins, not from belief, but from surrender. In a quiet monastery carved into the cliffs of northern Thailand, where morning light slips gently through lattice windows and the air hums with silence, lived a calligrapher named Arun. He was revered for the elegance of his work. Letters that seemed to breathe, strokes that flowed like water. But after years of devotion, his ink began to dry. Not literally, but in spirit. The lines felt forced. His hands grew tense. The flow that once came naturally now arrived only through strain. And though he tried harder, waking earlier, meditating longer, refining his posture, the inspiration refused to return. One day, after hours of struggle, he laid his brush down and stepped outside. The abbot was tending the garden, pulling weeds with the gentleness of someone who knew better than to rush anything. Arun sat beside him and confessed, "The channel is closed. Nothing moves through me anymore." The abbot smiled without looking up. "Then perhaps it is not the channel that is blocked," he said. but that it is already full. Aaron blinked. Full of what? Full of you, the abbot replied. Your expectations, your pressure, your trying. That night, Aaron didn't pick up the brush. He didn't try to fix the problem. He simply sat and listened, not to the silence around him, but to the noise within, the looping thoughts, the self-doubt, the subtle need to impress. And as he breathed into it, something softened. He realized he had been trying to channel art while still holding on to the need to own it. His cup was full, with control, with effort, with self. This is the quiet truth many never consider. You become the channel by emptying first. You cannot receive what you refuse to make space for. Creation, wisdom, presence, they do not arrive through force. They flow through openness, through surrender, through emptiness. Aaron spent the next morning not painting, but cleaning his space. He opened the windows, burned incense, not as ritual, but as release. Then, with no plan, no pressure, he picked up the brush. The first stroke wavered, the second steadied. By the third, something else was moving his hand. Not ego, not memory, but presence. And what came through was unlike anything he had ever made. We often think we need more knowledge, more time, more confidence. But the channel doesn't widen with addition. It opens through subtraction, through letting go of everything we think we need to be in order to receive. Ask yourself, what are you full of that's blocking the current? What would happen if you emptied, not to lose yourself, but to make space for something greater to move through? The river does not fight to flow. It finds its path in what is cleared away. And so do you. When you empty first, not out of lack, but out of trust, you become the vessel life was always waiting to pour into, not as a creator, but as a channel, quiet, clean, free, in a small village tucked into the valleys of northern Japan where the cherry blossoms fall like slow rain and each season is welcomed like an honored guest, lived an elderly woman named Hana who was known for her hospitality. She welcomed everyone with tea, with stories, with warmth that asked for nothing in return. Her home was simple, but full of beauty. Handmade linens, tiny gifts from travelers, fresh flowers in every room. Visitors always left lighter, but what they didn't know was that Hana had once struggled deeply to receive. In her younger years, she had been taught to give endlessly, to care, to serve, to meet others' needs before her own. Gratitude was something she offered often, but never truly allowed herself to accept. When someone brought her a gift, she would deflect. When someone complimented her work, she would downplay it. Deep down, she believed receiving was indulgent, almost selfish. So she gave and gave until her well began to run dry. One spring, after a long illness, a neighbor brought her a basket of warm rice, miso soup, and a note that simply read, "Thank you for always giving. Today let us give to you." Hana wept, not from the food, but from the realization that her resistance to receiving had never been about humility. It had been about unworthiness. That night she sat alone and whispered, "Thank you." Not as a formality, but as a surrender, a soft, true letting in. And with those two words, something shifted. Her body relaxed, her heart softened. She didn't have to earn this kindness, she just had to receive it. And receiving, she discovered, begins with saying, "Thank you." This is the forgotten truth. Gratitude is not just a response. It is a gateway. The moment you say thank you, truly, humbly, you open yourself to receive, not just things, but presence, love, guidance, peace. You affirm your readiness to allow life to give to you. So many people pray for blessings, yet block them the moment they arrive, deflecting compliments, brushing off help, rushing past beauty, because to receive requires openness, vulnerability, a soft place where life can land. Hana began a new practice. Every morning before touching a task, she would bow slightly and whisper, "Thank you for this day." She thanked the warm tea, the falling leaves, the sound of the wind through paper walls. and without trying, more began to come, not because she chased it, but because she made room for it with her gratitude. Ask yourself, where are you asking for more while silently pushing away what's already being offered? What would change if you simply said, "Thank you," and let the gift land? Gratitude is the language of receiving. It is how the heart signals to the universe, "I am ready," not to take, but to allow, not to grab, but to welcome. And once you do, you'll find that life has been waiting, patiently, quietly, to give you more than you imagined. In the terracotta streets of Morocco, where spices color the air and the sun leans low in the afternoons, lived a tailor named Amal, who dreamed of opening a boutique in the center of the city. For years, she stitched garments in the back of her mother's house, saving coins in a small wooden box, hoping that someday, when she had enough, when the conditions were right, she would finally step into the life she imagined. But the longer she waited, the more the dream felt like a shadow, always near, never real. She would walk past the boutique spaces in the Medina, touching the glass windows, imagining her name carved in gold. She pictured customers browsing through her designs, the smell of fresh fabric, the sound of soft music playing in the background. But as she returned each day to her cramped workspace, she felt the gap widen between where she was and where she wanted to be. One evening, an older woman who had watched Amal grow up stopped by to collect a dress. She lingered longer than usual, studying Amal's small workspace. "Why do you still wait?" she asked. Amal sighed. "Because I'm not there yet. I don't have enough." The woman smiled and said, "Then act as if you are, and you'll find that life begins to catch up." The words sat in Amal's heart like a seed. The next morning, she changed nothing externally, but everything internally. She dressed as if she were welcoming customers into her boutique. She arranged her fabrics with care, played soft music in the background, and greeted each person who came to her with warmth and gratitude, as if they had stepped into a high-end showroom. She stopped waiting for permission to live the life she wanted. She began embodying it, and something began to shift. A local artisan asked to display jewelry alongside her designs. A neighbor offered to share a larger workspace rent-free for the summer. Within months, Amal opened her boutique, not because she forced the dream, but because she became the version of herself who had already received it. The universe didn't respond to her plans. It responded to her embodiment. This is the power hidden in plain sight. When you act as if you're already there, you bring the future into the present, not through delusion, but through alignment. Your actions send a signal, not just to the world, but to yourself, that says, "I am ready, I am available, I already am." Most people wait for the world to catch up before they change how they walk, speak, or carry themselves. But the truth is, the shift happens the moment you do. The mirror reflects the movement you make, not the wish you whisper. Ask yourself, who is the version of you that already lives what you want? How do they move? Speak, choose, become them now, not someday. And life will meet you there, not because you chased it, but because you chose it first. In the warm countryside of southern Portugal, where olive trees stretch in slow conversation with the wind and days unravel without urgency, lived a woman named Clara, who was once the busiest person anyone knew. She was the village healer, baker, scribe, counselor, and organizer. People relied on her, admired her, praised her for her tireless dedication. But beneath the smile she wore so well was a quiet ache she rarely spoke of, a sense that her life was happening without her, that her days were full but her spirit was empty. Every morning she woke before the sun and filled her time with things that had to be done. Her hands never rested, her mind never slowed. She believed that value lived in productivity, that rest was a luxury for the idle, and that if she stopped even for a moment, everything she had built would fall apart. Then, one late afternoon, while kneading bread for the third request that day, her hands stopped. She looked out the window and saw two children lying in the grass, staring at the sky. They weren't talking, they weren't planning, they were just being. And in their stillness she saw something she had lost: presence. That evening Clara did something radical. She said no, not harshly but softly. She left the dough, she stepped outside, and she watched the stars arrive without needing to earn their light. The next morning, instead of beginning with her usual routine, she sat with a cup of tea. No plans, no rush, just breath, just warmth, just being. She called it her sacred ritual, doing less. It began as an act of self-preservation, but it became something deeper, a way of reconnecting to herself, a ceremony of stillness. She did less, and in doing less, she noticed more: the way the sun moved across the floorboards, the sound of her own thoughts without noise, the space between her heartbeats. And strangely, the less she did, the more alive she felt. This is the truth no one tells you. Doing less is not laziness. It's reverence, a quiet way of saying, I am enough even when I'm not producing. We are taught to fill every hour, to prove our worth through effort. But your soul doesn't need you to do more. It needs you to be here, Hisham. Clara still served her community, but now she did so from fullness, not depletion. She gave what was true, not what was expected, and her presence carried more weight than her output ever had. Ask yourself, what are you doing just to stay in motion? What might shift if you allowed yourself to pause, not as a reward, but as a rhythm? Doing less isn't about abandoning your life. It's about returning to it, slowly, softly, sacredly. And in that return, you remember everything meaningful begins not with effort, but with presence. And presence is born in the space you once rushed to fill. In the highlands of Peru, where stone terraces climb the hills like ancient thoughts and clouds drift slow over sacred ground, lived a farmer named Mateo who dreamed of building a house at the top of the mountain. It would overlook the valley, catch the first light of morning, and be a place where his family could gather in peace. Each year, he set aside money, gathered materials, and planned. But something always delayed him: a failed crop, a sudden storm, a broken tool. He kept waiting for the right time, the perfect moment to take the first real step. Then one day, his daughter asked him, "What color will the windows be?" He paused, surprised. "I hadn't thought about that yet," he said. She smiled. "But I see them already, blue, like the sky." That night, her words stayed with him. She had already stepped into the future, not by calculation, but by vision. And Mateo realized something that unspooled a deep knot inside him. He had been trying to build backwards. He was waiting to feel ready before beginning. But maybe, just maybe, the last step was supposed to come first. So the next morning he painted a single shutter, blue, no walls, no frame, just a lone piece of color hanging from a beam. Neighbors laughed gently, but he didn't care, because every time he looked at it he remembered what he was moving toward. And slowly the rest began to gather. A door appeared, then a wall, then the roof. Not because the time was perfect, but because the end had already been honored. This is the secret buried inside all great becoming. The last step comes first, not as a trick, but as a code. You don't wait to feel successful to start. You start by embodying what success would look like now. You don't wait to feel loved to open your heart. You open it, and then the love comes to meet you. Life responds not to what you plan, but to what you practice. Now, Mateo finished his house, but more importantly, he changed his way of being. He began every project by anchoring in the outcome, not the obstacles. He stopped asking, "How do I get there?" and started asking, "How does the version of me who already lives it begin today?" Ask yourself, where are you waiting for clarity, stability, or permission to take the first step? What would change if you honored the last step first? Sometimes you must wear the shoes before the path appears. Sometimes you must speak the words before you believe them, not as make-believe, but as alignment. Because the final step isn't waiting for you at the end. It's waiting to lead you from the beginning. And when you let it, something remarkable happens. The path opens. The support arrives. The house builds itself around the one brave act of living, as if it already exists. In the desert plains of northern Africa, where the dunes move like breath and stars reveal their full vocabulary at night, lived a musician named Idris, who had once filled concert halls across continents. His instrument was the oud, and his sound, rich, aching, unspoken, had touched countless hearts. But after a long tour and too many cities that blurred into each other, Idris returned home, hollow. The applause no longer echoed. The music felt distant. His fingers knew the songs, but his soul had fallen quiet. He tried to play his way back. Every morning he practiced. He repeated old melodies. He wrote new ones. But nothing landed. It was as if the notes were skipping over the surface of something they could no longer reach. The more he played, the more silence seemed to gather, not outside, but within. One day, an elder neighbor invited him to join her at the edge of the dunes to watch the sunset. They didn't speak. They simply sat, the horizon melting into gold, the sand cooling under their feet. After a long silence, she said, "The oud sounds best when the space around it listens." He turned to her. She met his eyes. "You've been playing to fill the silence. But what if silence was the key all along?" That night, Idris put down his instrument. Not in defeat, but in surrender. He began to spend his days in stillness, walking without headphones, eating without noise, sitting in the garden listening not to music but to the wind brushing the leaves. The silence was uncomfortable at first, too loud, too empty. But slowly, it revealed something. Beneath the quiet, a rhythm returned, a sense of something whole waiting. This is what most never learn. Silence is not the absence of sound. It's the space that gives sound meaning. It is not a void. It is a presence that holds, heals, informs. It is the place where truth echoes back to you, the hidden key that unlocks what striving keeps out. Idris returned to his oud weeks later, but this time he didn't begin with notes. He began with a pause. He let the silence breathe before every string. He listened more than he played, and the music that came was different. It didn't impress, it invited. It didn't perform, it revealed. Audiences noticed. They couldn't explain it, but they felt something deeper, not because of the notes he played, but because of the spaces in between. Ask yourself, where are you filling every moment with noise out of fear of what the quiet might show you? What truths are waiting in the silence you keep avoiding? The answers you seek may not shout. They may not even speak, but in silence, they become unmistakable. Not because they arrive, but because you finally become still enough to hear what was always there. Silence is not empty. It is sacred, and within it lives the key you didn't know you were looking for. In the soft hills of Bhutan, where prayer flags ripple in the wind and time seems to bend with the mountains, lived a young teacher named Sering, who was admired for her wisdom beyond her years. She taught children how to read, elders how to breathe, and visitors how to slow down. Yet despite her presence and calm voice, she often wrestled with something deeper. She was attached to the outcome of everything she gave. When her students succeeded, she felt joy. But when they failed, she carried their struggle like a stone in her chest. When someone praised her, her heart swelled. But when someone questioned her, it cracked. She wanted to be free, but her happiness still depended on what happened outside her. And slowly, she began to realize this was not peace. It was a quiet kind of imprisonment, softer than suffering, but still confining. One afternoon, she sat with the old monk who tended the temple gardens. She asked him, "How do you care deeply without holding tightly?" He looked up from the soil and smiled. "Non-attachment," he said, "is not the absence of care. It is the fullness of presence without the weight of possession." That night, those words echoed in her chest. Non-attachment was not detachment. It didn't mean you stop loving, stop showing up, stop giving. It meant you release the need to control what comes back. You do your part with all your heart, and then you let it go. Tsering began to practice this with everything. She taught without expecting applause. She helped others without needing their gratitude. She wrote letters and didn't wait for a reply. She loved fully, but held her peace in her own hands. And something strange happened. Her joy deepened, her stress dissolved. The less she clung to outcomes, the more life seemed to meet her with ease. This is the hidden truth most overlook. Non-attachment is a superpower. It allows you to move through life with open hands and a steady heart. It frees you from the roller coaster of constant reaction. It gives you the ability to love without fear, to serve without exhaustion, to give without depletion. Tsering became known not just for her wisdom, but for her lightness. People said she felt like a breeze, gentle, warm, never grasping, not because she didn't care, but because she had discovered how to care without needing to hold. Ask yourself, where are you still gripping tightly to what you've already given? What parts of your joy are still attached to how things unfold? When you learn to act without expectation, to love without dependency, to offer without needing, you become free. Not detached, but clear. Not distant, but whole. Non-attachment doesn't make you indifferent. It makes you unstoppable. Because once your peace is no longer up for negotiation, everything you do becomes a gift, not a transaction. And the world responds not to what you want from it, but to the freedom you bring to it. In a small monastery nestled in the misty hills of Sri Lanka, where the air smelled of jasmine and rain, lived a monk named Kavi, who had spent years trying to perfect his inner world. He meditated with discipline, studied sacred texts, watched his thoughts like a guard at the temple gate. Every day he sought to be calmer, wiser, more awakened. Yet despite his sincere efforts, something always felt just out of reach. He was chasing peace, but the chase itself created tension. The more he tried to change himself, the more flawed he felt. One morning, after a particularly restless meditation, Kavi approached the elder monk. "I do everything I'm told. I try to let go. I try to be present. I try to become better, but still I feel stuck." The elder didn't speak right away. He simply reached for the small bell used to signal the end of meditation. He rang it once, clear and soft. "Did you try to hear that?" he asked. Kavi blinked. "No," he said. "I just heard it." The elder nodded. "Exactly." That afternoon, Kavi sat again, but this time he stopped trying. He didn't reach for enlightenment. He didn't correct his thoughts. He simply sat, not as a project, but as a presence. And in that space, without effort, something shifted. Not loudly, not suddenly, but undeniably. His breath felt deeper. His mind quieted, not because he forced it to, but because he stopped pushing. It was as if, in ceasing to change, change arrived on its own. This is the paradox law. Everything changes when you stop trying to change everything. The moment you drop the struggle ends. Not because you've fixed it, but because you're no longer fueling it. Transformation doesn't happen when you force it. It happens when you create space for it. And space only appears when the pushing stops. Kavi continued his practice, but no longer as a means to an end. Meditation became not a tool to fix himself, but a way to meet himself. He no longer chased awakening, he walked with it. And life responded, not because he earned it, but because he finally aligned with it. We've been taught that change comes from striving, but much of that striving is resistance wearing the mask of discipline. True change is quieter. It happens when you surrender, when you soften into what already wants to emerge. Ask yourself, where are you still trying to force your way into a better version of life? What if the next step is not effort, but ease? You don't lose power by letting go. You gain clarity, and from that clarity, transformation blooms, not from pressure, but from presence. The world does not change when you conquer it. It changes when you stop fighting it. And in that moment of allowing, you don't just find peace, you become it. Not because you made it happen, but because you finally stopped getting in the way.